Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away to things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more.
Ah!
Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my one-piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my one-piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from... Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position, bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen there. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker owners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I implore you, get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. And you told me, Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what Grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Oh, hello, folks. We're live. Welcome. Round 7. We are here live from Paris, France.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, we're in a small Parisian closet. We'll be covering the games today of Alexandra and Andrea Botez, our heroes for today, as they play their round 7 in the 2024 Cracow International. I'm International Master Kostya Kavutsky. Some of y'all might know me. This is International Master David Pruis, and we are from Chess Dojo. So hello, everyone.
Yeah, greetings.
Hello, chat. Very exciting. I think we're waiting on the games to start. Yeah, I see their sisters are setting up their cameras right now, so we'll have moves soon. But very exciting. Let us know actually where you're watching from. I'm curious. Yeah, let's catch everyone up. So they are both on 4.5 out of 7.
Yeah.
And honestly, I was hoping that they would play each other today.
You were?
Yes. They played each other in a tournament like a couple months ago.
I saw that.
And that was super fun. Like,
okay.
You know, because they really went after it. I mean, there was like no question of making a draw or anything this time. So that would have been fun again.
Nice. Yeah, so today is going to be round 7. There's one player with 6 out of 6, and then they're 1.5 points behind. And Kostya briefed me that Alexandra's won 2 tournaments in a row. So she'll probably be looking. Oh, we've got a first move from Andrea. Oh, we've already got D4 prepared on the boards. Good work. Good work, Kostya. I think.
Oh, that wasn't my moves. I think that was our
producer knew.
Yeah, exactly.
The producer knew. Yeah. Well, I looked at all their games from the first 6 rounds of this tournament, and I think these are good predictions. D4.
Nice. And what did you think about their play so far?
I like in general, I think that Alexandra is doing very, very well in endgames. And I think that Andrea just played a little too aggressively in one game with white. So she seems to like playing the Jobava London.
Right.
But what she really wants is after F3 to go G4, H4, and send it on the king side. So she's playing more aggressively than Alexandra. A little bit more. And I'm an aggressive player.
Yeah, I know.
But I think maybe she could have relaxed just a little bit in that one game. So we'll see how aggressively she plays this game here as white.
Yeah. I know yesterday Andrea won. Pretty nice game.
Yeah.
Alex unfortunately lost yesterday, which is the first time she lost apparently after 19 games of an unbeaten streak, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
Fortunately, she couldn't make it 20. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
But I believe she lost to this player who's 6 out of 6 now, the guy that's leading the tournament.
That people are calling like the yellow shirt guy.
Well, maybe not actually. Now I'm not sure.
Yeah,
could be yellow shirt guy.
Okay. Ooh, we've got knight f6 from Alexandra's opponent, Piotr Vnuk.
Okay, and his FIDE rating, remind us, is like
1823.
Okay.
Whereas Andrea's opponent, Mateusz, has a rating of 2083 FIDE, which is quite high.
Yeah.
Pretty close to national master level. We'll get c4, c5 in Alexandra's game.
Oh, nice. C5.
Yeah.
Okay. Implying the Banco gambits.
Implying either the Banco, the Benoni.
Oh, wow. I think I see on her camera, she's like already taken on B5.
Old
So
Benoni.
B5.
Okay.
B5 on the board, folks. This is
Yeah.
the famous Banco gambit.
Yeah.
Arguably one of the most solid, most sound gambits out there.
Yeah.
Now A6.
Yeah. And Mateusz plays D5. Somebody in chat predicted that Andrea was going to lose badly today, and I don't know why. Why did we predicting that already so soon?
Too early, guys. Too early.
What's too early?
For the predictions.
For the predictions, yeah.
Lose badly.
I thought you were responding to someone asking us to rap for them. And you're like, wait, let us get settled and get the opening moves played first. So yeah, Andrea plays as predicted, knight c3 towards the London, and there it comes, the Joe Baba London. And if the person predicting Andrea to lose was predicting it based on ratings, then that's
probably based on rating. Yeah.
Probably a little bit silly though, because the game has to be played and their ratings are not that far off, players in the 1900s versus players in the 2000s. That's just a normal match, I would say.
I think for this range, yeah, I mean, I tell any like 1900, 2000 student I'm working with, like, just treat everyone under 2200 the same. It's just like, yeah, just play for a win. You have white, you're playing Joe Baba London. Doesn't matter who's on the other side. Now, okay, if you're playing like title player, like I am GM, okay, that's going to be a very tough game. You should adjust your expectations accordingly. But still, folks, I will tell you, as an IM, if you're playing an IM, they're not perfect.
You've noticed that in your own play?
Somehow I have this experience where, yeah, I've seen IMs blunder a lot. Oh, we have a lot of moves on Alexander.
She took on A6, and after G6, she played a very highfalutin move, to borrow Jesse's expression since he's not here.
Yeah.
A7.
A7.
Do you know this move, Kostya?
I have seen this.
Do IMs know everything?
As an idea.
You have seen this. Okay.
Yeah. But not in this exact position. I've seen it like later on. The queen's already like on A5. And the point is that you kind of force black's rook to take. The rook is a little bit awkward on A7. Black was going to go like bishop A6 anyway. And so it's not like they're getting that move for free. And so I guess there must be some concrete reason why the rook is.
There's a concrete reason in one random line. This is some kind of super sauce from a computer. I don't know. I don't know why myself. Somebody explained it to me and I forgot it immediately.
Oh, there is knight B5 in some future variation.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't know how we get
variation. There. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that's the point. But the fact that she played it like so quickly, both in terms of like before even developing her knight, and on the clock, means this must be some prep, maybe some hammer prep. I think he's the one.
He's the one who preps her.
I think Alex works with hammer, and Andrea works with international master Alex Banzea.
That way they can prepare for each other, and their coach doesn't have to be torn.
Oh, maybe that's that's why.
Yeah, good knowledge. Okay, so she played E4
on this board.
Yeah, and we've got a bunch of moves on the other board. After bishop F4, black played E6. Andrea played knight B5, and Mateusz just played bishop D6. Like, double my pawns, take my bishop pair, whatever. I'm just playing like super basic person moves, I just sort of bring my pieces out and don't worry about positional niceties.
Okay.
Yeah. So one thing I noticed is that Alexander, and people in chat are going to know their games better than us.
Yeah,
so it's almost silly for us to comment on this, but I noticed that Alexandra is very, very well prepared in general, and she likes to play quickly and get like a lead on the clock, and then eventually the opponents make a mistake because there's pressure on them actually in that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's been killing it the last like 2 months. And I would agree with you. I feel like Alex definitely well prepared. I know as black, she plays the King's Indian and the French.
That's right.
Which is kind of a funny combination because it's like one way or another, you're going to get a close center as black. Like either on the light squares with the French or on the dark squares with the King's Indian. And so you're just telling your opponent, like, look, we're going to get a close center. You decide what color you want your pawns to be. I'll put my pawns in the opposite color. and then we'll play.
Yeah. Andrea's taking the bishop with her knight, and although it shows her opponent
That
as
seems right.
thinking, I mean, I think we can be pretty sure that black's going to take back with the queen to keep developing.
Okay,
So-
but Andrea spent time on knight takes d6, yeah?
She did, yeah. Maybe she got Mateusz to walk away from the board and then took when he wasn't there.
Maybe.
You know that.
I do that
trick?
sometimes. Oh,
yeah. Some people think about the position. Koster just sits there like, I wonder if my opponent's going to get up in 3 minutes and then I can make a move, and they'd be gone for 4.5 minutes.
All I'm thinking about throughout the game
Yeah.
is the clock time. How do I get my opponent to use more clock? I've got so many tricks.
Yeah.
But okay.
Knight f3.
She did spend some time on knight takes d6. So my guess is that bishop d6 wasn't the first move that she was preparing for. And honestly, if I was preparing this position, I would kind of dismiss it as just, okay, I take the 2 bishops and then we can play from there.
Yeah.
But objectively, I don't think it's like that bad for black, especially because they got control over the center, and yeah, pawn goes to the dark square.
Yeah. How bad should it be? I mean, I love bishops, so I would prefer white a bit, unless black's able to either play e6, e5, or knight h5 us. Or play b6, bishop a6, and try to light squared bishop without any concession.
Right.
Yeah. Black would have to do one of those 3 things for me to say that it's okay. Otherwise, I would assume that white is actually a little bit better.
Yeah, seems like black has something to prove, but definitely this b6, bishop a6 plan is very logical to trade off one of the bishops.
Has Andrea fallen behind in development at all by moving the knight twice to then take the bishop on d6? Is there any time compensation tempo-wise for black for the bishop pair?
I don't really see it. Just looking at the board, like white has 2 pieces out, black has 1. It's black's turn. No, it's white. Oh no, she played knight f3, so it's black's turn. So
just played knight c6.
This is kind of normal.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, okay, if the black bishop were happy with d7, which looks not like a very good square because it would leave d6 hanging and have no scope. If black were happy with bishop d7, you could say that black has gained 1 tempo back from the double knight move. If you count the moves for the rooks to see each other, for black it's castles, bishop, knight, queen, 4 moves, and for white it's 1 pawn for the bishop, bishop, queen, castles, and it was black's move, and they played knight c6. So you could say black is now half a tempo ahead instead of behind.
That's how you count it, just how many moves until they connect rooks, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of like assessing when you're kind of done with the opening or when you're done with development, but that's a quick way of getting a sense of how developed you are. That's what I use as my default, actually.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. For me, it's more of just an optical stuff. I'm just like, who's better here?
Okay.
I'm like, looks about equal, like, both sides, a couple pieces out. So knight c6 is, okay, I mean, just if you look at it, like knight c6 looks like a very natural move. But the drawback is that it kills this bishop a6 plan.
Yep.
That I actually thought was pretty solid. And now after knight c6, it's going to be kind of hard for black to do something useful with this light square bishop.
Yeah, to my mind, they're going to have to try and slam through e5, I think, or that's kind of what's implied by the move, is that after e3, they're going to play queen e7 or c7,
right, and
try and just smack e5 onto the board. And particularly if white spends another tempo on h3 being precious about the bishop pair, which I tend to be.
Well, let's say, for example, we did that.
Yeah,
I'm actually curious.
Move?
Right, thank you. So
castle, but
okay, castle. So this is a live board, but just for example, what David is saying, black's plan is likelier, and I agree, queen e7, because otherwise this is the only way to kind of get the bishop out.
Right.
But I would think, like, let's say we go. I'm wondering if we have time. Maybe we don't need c3. Let's say we just go bishop e2. Black goes e5.
We definitely don't need c3 for anything. Like, I really hope we don't.
Oh, I love c3
play
here.
C3 as white. No,
I love c3 here. It kills the knight. It opens up the queen. I love. I mean, maybe c4 is good too.
I can't even listen to this guy. Good luck.
Dude,
good luck
against
chat.
This. Imagine black takes. Okay, no, but here we would take with the piece, of course. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Now you need a pawn on c3 to enjoy that position.
I was so bad. Yeah, I would. Okay, but this, I feel like white is still putting pressure on black because I don't. Also, we should say once black pushes e5, then these d pawns become
It doesn't solve everything,
a bit
right?
weaker. Yeah.
It fights for the dark squares, but there's also a rule of thumb with doubled pawns that you don't want to move the pawn next to them too far forward because you kind of leave them behind. So as that pawn goes to e5 and then e4, maybe like the d pawns could end up being bad, yeah?
Exactly. As the e pawn moves, then the d5 pawn becomes weaker. I do see bishop e2 is on the board.
Yeah.
And okay, we're expecting maybe rook e8. Rook e8 also feels very natural to me. Queen e7. One of these two moves playing for e5. Oh, we have a lot of moves on the
other board. We've got some moves too. Yep.
Okay.
So if you pop over there, you can put in e4, d6, knight f3, castles, bishop e2, queen a5.
Queen a5. Okay. So queen a5 is the last move. Threatening this guy with the pin.
Right.
I would expect castles or bishop d2.
Now, if you play queen a5 much earlier as black, that might be one of the variations where the rook a7 thing comes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then bishop d2, bishop a6, knight b5 kind of ideas.
For instance, here, still bishop d2 looks reasonable.
Yes, although I would say now, with the order black's played, you can also just castle. Like,
yeah, I don't see the problem with castling here.
The threat isn't really on the e-pawn here.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because there are lines where black plays queen a5, like back here.
Yeah.
And there's even tricks, like if you go bishop d3, I don't know if it works here exactly.
Right.
Black has like this idea, knight takes e4, bishop takes, bishop c3. And then if you're a d4 player, you definitely have to watch out for this one. I actually don't know. It's not working here, is it?
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work here. All right, well, watch out for it, but if it doesn't work, then take your opponent's piece.
Yeah.
But let's say we play bishop d2 here, then we'd have this threat.
Right.
And then that can be very useful, like knight b5 and a4. And then you get this like bishop c3 also. And then white just gets this nice grip on the queen side. Okay.
So in the game, she just castled in response to queen a5. Exercised her right to ignore knight e4.
Yeah. Which seems right.
Yeah. Now I think black's going to be looking at bishop a6 probably to offload the piece. Bishop g4 also gets rid of it.
Right.
But so far, Alexandra seems pretty comfortable, an hour and 28. But by her standards, I think she might be mildly out of like the exact variation she expected. Because I've seen her with like an hour 31, an hour and 32 off the 30-second increment when she's really like 100% sure of the exact move.
Yeah, Benko is not an easy opening to crack. And I do wonder if it's what she prepared for today. Because I don't know her opponent's games or if, you could even prepare for him, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe, they saw some games earlier. But when I've tried to prep against the Benko, I found that generally black has to be very precise these days because otherwise white just gets huge advantage. Just pawn up, extra pawn, you're super happy.
Just a4 outpost on b5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Benko has not been seen in Super Grandmaster play in like a decade. Well, there was one game Abdusattorov against Nepo last year.
Oh, really?
But like almost never.
Yeah.
Very rare. Very rare.
But what I want to say is that if black is precise, and it's actually really hard to crack it because long term, I mean, I think black gets some very decent play. I remember maybe chat can help me out. I feel like I saw a game where Alex won against the Benko in one of her recent tournaments, like maybe 1 or 2 tournaments ago. I don't remember exactly. But yes, Zug is saying she did. Thank you.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was responding to someone else. I don't know.
There's so many things she might have did.
Lined up with the timing.
Yeah.
Oh, it was against Jules. Oh, that's right. Jules played the Benko. Yes, this was a whole thing. I didn't prepare Jules for that game. She played the Benko, lost, and then I think Dina got mad at her for doing that.
Got mad at her
for playing the Benko.
Playing the Benko.
No more non-classical openings. Oh, Hammer is in the chat. Hello, Hammer. He's saying she beat a kid in Sardinia.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. After castles, her opponent's still thinking, and on the other board we got knight e4 from Mr. Skomial.
Knight e4. Played kind of quickly too for a move that's
oh yeah, not trivial.
This is an intentional move. Yeah. He maybe wants f5, e5. I don't know.
To me, this move signals that he's thinking of like f5 and g5, but that might say more about me than about him. It might be a Rorschach test versus like a real chess analysis.
That's Rorschach test is really
But I see knight e4 and I'm like, oh, he wants to push him.
Yeah. That's hilarious. No, f5 g5. I mean, kind of like classic Stonewall. I totally see that.
Saying like, hey, e5 is covered by a pawn. So what if we don't have the bishop on d6? Let's just go.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Let's see how Andrea deals with it. So you mentioned Andrea is definitely more, you'd say, like a tactical player.
More aggressive. More aggressive. I mean, I think actually like her strengths maybe a little closer to Alexandra's actually. Like she's doing fine in like end games and slower games, but there's something in her that like a little like devil that's like prodding her to like go for him, you know. And so I noticed in her white games, you know, a real aggressive streak.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah, I wonder if she's gonna go like h4 here or something.
Yeah.
Is that would be the plan I'm kind of looking at, like h4, maybe knight g5, f3, possibly bishop d3.
Yeah, if black wants to go f5 g5, you could either say like, hey, go for it, and I won't castle kingside because you haven't done that yet.
Right.
So you could play the dreaded Kostya move, c3, and just goad them. Be like, I'm doing nothing. But really, you're trying to put your queen on c2 so you could castle queenside maybe.
Yeah, actually, that looks very solid for white.
And if black goes f5 and g5, then you're ready to smack him. But if black does nothing, those moves are sort of pointless. So if you want to be more proactive, something like h3 or h4 looks fun. I think,
yeah. And she's definitely, thinking about it now. So
yeah. I think if you just castle kingside, black can immediately go g5, you know, recover the bishop pair and claim that the position's pretty equal.
Even take right away.
Even take right away, or just say like it's in the pocket, right?
Yeah.
Like right now you can't play h3. There's a lot of things you can't do. So you play f5, you maybe threaten f4.
So this position, I would be kind of uncomfortable here as white.
Yeah,
I feel like too. I don't want to castle on this side now with f5 g5 coming.
Yeah. By the way, over there we predicted Piotr's move. He played bishop a6.
Okay.
Offloading a piece.
Makes sense.
For anyone who doesn't have experience playing the Banco or Benoni structures, good for you. Don't get any. But offloading pieces is what you're desperate to do as black in those positions. So if you play those positions as white, just know that your opponent is salivating at every trade. They're like, you know, 3 more minor pieces traded and I'll have enough room for all my pieces. And I can think about equality. So you can see moves like bishop a6 coming.
Yeah, definitely very thematic. And it's definitely I mean, it's very normal to trade off these bishops. I'm trying to think what move white would play. I feel like a4 would be kind of the first thought. Just like very natural move. If black wants to take, we'll take with the queen. And eventually I think we do want to try to set up this knight b5, bishop d2, bishop c3 construction.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to build a very, very solid thingamajig there.
Yeah. If white gets this, I think white's quite happy. So a4. People keep mentioning scarves. Are the sisters wearing scarf? I see Andrea's wearing a scarf.
Okay.
I don't see it. Feels like Alex has a scarf as well.
Nice. Looks like we're leaning down in blue.
What's that?
We can see ourselves.
Oh yeah,
over there.
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. You asked about Andrea's like style and strengths and how she's playing right now. I'll mention another one actually that I think I noticed and that is relevant right now because I think black's dreaming of aggression. I think Andrea plays well when her opponents are aggressive.
Oh, interesting.
So I think, you know, when someone plays knight e4, she knows that they're itching to shove those pawns, and she's not. You know, there are a lot of players who are like scared or intimidated when their opponents threaten things. They start seeing ghosts or playing really defensive moves. You know, a3, h3.
Right.
I think she reacts quite well. She's ready to fight. So
nice. David, I see our
Yeah.
names are backwards, and this is a
am Poston, I am
preset
David.
layout.
You want to
So
switch
maybe we
chairs?
should just switch chairs if that's okay.
You'll have to handle my thingy over here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. So all you have to do is occasionally go like this so it doesn't go to sleep.
Oh, easy. I can do that. All right.
All right, switch.
What's wrong?
Right. We could switch every hour. I don't think people are gonna know or see the difference between us anyway, right? Because wait, let's keep our chairs.
Okay. Yes, smart.
I think these people aren't gonna know the difference between us anyway. We're just two IMs in the same blue shirt. More or less the same mannerisms and everything.
True, exactly. Wow, it's very different from over here.
Is it?
Wow.
Different perspective on
What a
that thing?
difference a perspective change
Yeah, what does it
makes.
say, right? I'm Kostian, I'm David. Okay.
Yeah, now it's good. I'll tell you guys a funny story. One of my first open tournaments, I was watching, we got Bishop D2 and Knight D2 from Andrea. Okay, Knight D2 I like. And I remember watching the upper games, like the top games on the front. And I didn't know anyone, but I just walked up and then it was like these signs for the player names. And like people were saying for us, it would just say like, I'm Jack Peters.
Yeah.
And I'm Timothy Taylor.
Yeah.
And I thought they're like just introducing themselves. Like they just put a little, like a little note there. And then there was like a GM. And I was like, well, what does that mean?
Right. Good move.
I didn't get it. And then I think it took me like months to figure it out.
You basically thought GM was a typo back then.
Or I thought it was like good morning. Yeah, I was like, okay, why did they put GM?
Knight D2, that's a good move.
I like this move for a couple of reasons. Yeah, because I feel like number one, we're maybe getting F3 in, which will take away the E4 square from Black's Knight. I think if these pieces get traded off, then that makes it a lot easier for White to possibly castle the queenside, which it doesn't have to do, but I kind of like that option. And yeah, also I just feel like White's position is going to be comfortable here after the trade of knights. Maybe even I would consider taking on E4. If BE was, if Black goes F5 here, then probably not allowing FE. Then I think I'm going to lean towards more of an F3 direction, force Black to take.
Yeah. We're kind of trying to make breathing room for that bishop as well by trading off the knight on E4 that's encircling it.
Yeah.
But I was training recently with a German player I met in Munich, and he's full of unusual different ideas that are new to me. So let me try one of his ideas on you and see if it's new to you. He said when you've got bishop, bishop, knight against knight, knight, bishop, the player with the bishop wants to trade knights.
Wait, sorry, I'm not following.
So this material balance, you've got the bishop pair, but you still have a knight, right?
Bishop pair with a knight, yes, against two knights and bishop.
Against two knights and bishop. He says the player with the bishop pair wants to trade a knight. And the other player wants to trade a bishop.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. So
have you ever heard that before?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, but I've also heard another thing, which is the exact opposite, which is that with the bishop pair.
Yeah.
So your guy, you said he was German.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's like a Dorfman influence. There's this famous trainer from Germany, Josef Dorfman, and he's a very interesting coach, actually. I think he's written some books and he's had a lot of students, and he's got some very interesting ideas about like the bishop pair, playing against bishop pair, knights, and that might even be one of his things. But I remember, I think it was Magnus saying at some point that like bishop pair is easier to exploit if there's a pair of knights on the board. In his opinion. I mean, Magnus, take it for...
I mean, Magnus is a pretty good authority compared to a random German guy I met at a tournament.
Yeah, especially on the bishop pair. But I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, we got rook b7 in the Benko game, which is a little funny to me.
It's a little bit funny, yeah.
Right?
That's true.
Because this rook is usually very useful on the A file. It's the other rook that wants to go to the B file.
So it's kind of responding to the knight b5 threat.
Yes.
Right? But strategically, Black normally wants one rook on the A file and one on the B file, so moving your A rook to the B file is weird.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, there's an interesting suggestion here to place Alex's game on the right. Andrea's on the left. Does that make sense? Wait, I gotta figure this out.
I mean, we're not producing the show.
Yeah,
luckily, look, I'm not even using my hands today.
But in terms of where we're, so if I'm looking that way, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, so when I'm looking at Alexander's board on the stream, it looks like I'm looking at Andrea's camera. So we move this here. This will be a huge fix for us.
You can do this?
Huge change. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right, now we'll have to adjust. So we got Alex's board here. For chat, nothing has changed at all. It's just on. It's just on.
Wow.
Oh, and I saw we had.
Want to scoot this one?
Another Alex. Oh yes.
Off the edge there a little bit for me.
There we go.
Okay.
We had Alexander Chess in chat. Shout
Yeah.
out Alexandra. Hello.
Hey, Alex. Coast is here in your country.
True. Live from Paris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why has Andrea delayed C3, please?
Great question, Kevin.
Yeah, because so far C3 doesn't have a lot of point. The only point for the move really would be to create a square on C2 for the queen. And there's been sort of more pressing things to do. Mainly, she's been bringing out her minor pieces quickly. And now with knight D2, she's responding to this threat of F5 and G5 by trying to eliminate the knight on E4, which is a well-placed piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. So far, there really hasn't been a compelling reason to play C3 yet, but we might see it in the future. Good question from Paul here. Shout out to Paul. Which side should Andrea castle? I think still depends on what Black does. We were saying earlier, if Black goes super aggressive on the king side with F5, G5, then definitely makes sense to try to go queen side. Not with the queen, but you guys get the idea. And then if we have more normal position, let's say knight takes D2, queen takes, then here I think castle's king side seems very sensible. And just playing strategically, here definitely C4, open up the position for the two bishops.
Yeah,
I think much more appropriate than the usual C3. Oh, we got E5.
E5. Yeah,
Okay.
I was wondering about that move because
I
hadn't calculated it yet, but it's the most complicated move for sure. Basically, going after that bishop before the knights are traded. So if the bishop drops back to G3, Black has the option to take it anyway.
Yeah.
Black also has the option to try and win a pawn on D4 potentially. And with E5, maybe the sort of complicated variation it implies is what if White goes knight takes knight?
Right. And then let's think here for just a sec. Okay, so if Black obviously has a choice here, but if Black takes the knight, then I think White's happy here. At least we keep the bishop pair.
Yeah, you could even trade on E5.
Oh, fair.
Because if they take back with the pawn, then it's it's the pawn.
Trade or go back. Yeah.
And if they take with the knight, then you don't need to spend a 10 point on your bishop. So
yeah, and you could trade here, but I don't see why.
Like, what's the purpose of playing this tournament if first prize is like $600 US? It's the same as in most tournaments. It's to play chess. In very few tournaments do the prizes have anything to do with the reason why anybody's there to play.
Yeah, actually, I mean, one of the most fun tournaments in the US is the US Amateur Team, which is a team event, classical, and there's absolutely no money prizes whatsoever. And it's by far like the most fun event, and like it's everyone's favorite. So okay,
that's just because those people haven't played the World Championship match yet. I think they would prefer that if they tried it.
Well, maybe it's very stressful playing World Championship match. Okay, and then the other thing we're thinking is, of course, if White takes on E4, Black can take the bishop.
Yeah,
which feels a little bit more annoying for White because now we're dealing with a lot of captures here.
Right. So it looks scary because Black's maybe coming in contact with our structure before we've castled, but knight C3, looking at the weak pawn, trade on E3, maybe Black's still okay.
And then anything take back or?
Yeah. We got to. Queen G5 defends D5 too.
Yeah, I would think White is. I wouldn't be happy with this as White.
Wouldn't be happy. Yeah. So queen d2 is consequent.
Mm-hmm.
And now if queen g2 and you castle the queen side,
then I'm happy.
all fun and games, right?
Yeah,
then you're happy.
Oh, thrilled here. Yeah.
Yeah. So the move you might not like would be rook e8, right? Just continuing to harass you on e3. And then you have to castle queen side, I guess.
Right. But black can take.
Black's gonna take with the queen.
Oh wait, do we have? Oh no. Oh sorry. Queen c2. Thank you.
Yeah, queen c2 is on the other board, which we'll bounce back and forth. Yeah, and now if you take on d5, you hang your bishop. But if you play bishop f3, white might still be comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, like temporarily down a pawn, but this one is very weak. And we got rook e1 coming. So some compensation.
I mean,
here.
the d5 pawn is weak the way a corpse in the morgue is looking ill. Right? Like you can already count that one in your death.
What's the term in Go when something is, you know what I'm talking about, when a piece is like
encircled?
Yeah. I feel like there's like a phrase.
I don't know.
They got some phrases like they got their own Zugzwang, Zug, that kind of thing. Someone in chat knows. What is it in Go when a piece is like lost? Atari? That sounds.
Atari is when you're threatening to take it, but it might have a way out.
Oh, okay.
But you mean something that's encircled and it's never getting out.
Never getting out, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just call twice.
I just call them dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, e5, queen c2.
Yeah.
Both on.
So I would say this e5 line is going to be very complicated. I think Andrea can envisage knight takes knight, even though ef4 looks really scary. The odds are it's somehow still about equal.
Mm-hmm. And do you think knight e4 is best, or
the alternative? Well, I don't like DE bishop g3, the full concession approach we didn't even mention because I hate it so much. But if we give up the center and then the bishop pair, takes, bishop e6,
yeah,
then I think black can actually be slightly better. It's like, really, what are we doing?
Yeah, white is, I think, never getting anything on the h file. So yeah, I agree here.
Right.
If we drop back, your issue is the pawn. Yeah.
If we drop back, then we're hanging the d4 pawn. So
let's just see.
We're gonna have to
get anything.
We're gonna have to prove this. It's gonna take some proving.
Pawns are weak.
Yeah.
So d3. It's gonna take some proving. Bishop f5.
Well, rook e8 first, maybe.
Rook e8 as well. Yeah. And this one. I mean,
here you could trade in queen h5.
Queen h5, exactly. So like, when we just make random moves, then maybe white can get the pawn back.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, this looks okay. Black
this looks fully playable.
Play like here, and then I think we're happy.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some.
Yeah. But maybe like a simpler move here, h6.
Yeah.
Just saying, well, we have to deal with the h file anyway.
Okay, let's say queen a5.
Let's pay the tribute. You know which toll we have to pay. Rook e5.
Yeah.
In chess, when someone tries to bully you, you always see if you can bully them back. It's kind of like a big fight over who gets to be the bully.
There's no queen g4, unfortunately. So here it looks like black is fine. More than fine, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So, So Andrea's thinking here on e5, and that's good. I mean, it feels like a very critical moment.
Yeah, it's a big moment.
Let's see, body language. Yeah, very focused.
Yeah, I think she often uses her time in bursts on key moments. So Andrea like often uses like 20 or 30 minutes on a move that she thinks is really important. And she's often in time trouble, opposite to Alexandra, I think. So
let's see. Okay, speaking of Alex, queen c2. Her opponent is thinking queen c2, definitely very like natural move for this kind of structure.
Yeah. The b2 pawn wasn't actually threatened because of knight a4, but queen c2 is just a super useful move. Connects the rooks, defends e4.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess she's preparing on bishop e2, knight e2.
Mm-hmm.
The knight tempo against the queen.
Right.
And then this bishop probably coming to c3.
Right. So you have to consider maybe queen b5 as the next move for black, hitting b2 and the knight, and then Kostya's move, probably bishop c3. And bishop c3 is really good, but the knight e2 hasn't yet found its...
Knight will have to figure it out.
Its reason to live. You know, it might need medication or something there on e2.
But yeah, bishop is awesome here because it really neutralizes this bishop. Either we're sitting on the diagonal or we trade the bishops off. And then, okay, long term, we have this this a-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to see if Alex can bounce back today, because I was watching the stream yesterday. She seemed pretty bummed about losing, you know, after such a nice streak. But as you were saying, like the 19 game not winning streak, but unbeaten streak, like that should give you enough confidence to get over one loss, especially to a strong player.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if you play 7 games and you win one of them and you lose 4 and you draw 2, and then the next day you play a bad game, you might be low on confidence to keep telling yourself, I can get up for round 8, I can get up for round 9, and I can beat my opponent. When you've gone 19 games in a row without a loss, you should have some reserves of confidence.
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, 2 tournament victories.
Yeah, I would think that what she's still doing here is calculating, you know, can she still get first place? Because she just won 2 tournaments in a row. People who've won tournaments, they think of tournaments in terms of winning tournaments, not even just, you know, playing a good game.
Well, 4.5 out of 6. This is round 7. I think I said 4.5 out of 7.
Yeah.
Earlier. Oh, so 3 more rounds, you get 7.5. That's a very good score. That's how I would see it. Even if you don't get first place, 7.5 is a great score. But I'm not a natural born winner. I'm one of those happy to be here. Oh, we have a trade on a6, knight a6. And so I didn't mention, but black's move was queen to b4.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why black didn't want to trade, because they wanted to put the queen here. But now white gets to take knight a6. And it's the knight that I think would want to be this square, on the square.
Yeah, the queen's not pumped about where she is at the moment. Kind of a brutal threat to b2, you know, in the sense of very like direct and undignified.
And rook b1 played. Yeah, I was expecting a rook move here. One of the rooks. I wasn't sure which one. I think rook a is reasonable. I don't like b3 here. So I feel like black gets c4. And unless we have something nice here, this looks like fun for black.
Or rook c8 comes and we're sort of tied up on c3 and struggle to untangle the pieces. I mean, still with your c4 move, but maybe instead of knight c5, rook c8 could also be scary.
Right.
So she played rook b1. Yeah, and she's got an hour and 20.
Hour 20 against hour 13.
Yeah.
And the opponent, by the way, I'm just looking at the camera. It looks like young adult. Can't tell if it's a kid or yeah, young man, but
probably somewhere between 16 and 30. But we don't know if they're 16 or 30.
Hard to say.
Give me a range on that.
And both opponents today from Poland, locals.
Yeah, as you can expect when you go play a tournament in Poland. All right, 16. We're getting confirmation from chat.
Oh, great.
Called it.
Nice. Right on the money.
Right on the money. Whereas for Andrea's opponent, I'm going to say definitely between 1 and 105. Yeah.
Right. I'm sure I've seen her.
I think I should get that one too.
Yeah. Usually. We'll see.
Yeah. Mateusz often walking. So actually, I'm going to say between 1.5 and 100 because he can clearly walk. So
nice. Let's check our camera here. We're a little bright. Let me see
if
I can turn our brightness down. That's better, right? Now, yeah. Now we look like people again. Awesome.
Good either way.
It's amazing how many Polish people you run into in Poland. I was just thinking that about France and French people. How many French speakers there are around? Quite a lot.
Ah, Krakow. What better place to court a Polish person?
Okay.
So, Andrea,
Let's go
still
back
in
to
a long
Andrea.
thing,
She's
kind of
still
as I
thinking.
expected. You see their different responses to new situations, right? Like Alexandra finds like a good enough practical move fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrea says like, oh, this is some serious stuff. I'm gonna work it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel I've gotten the same impression. I think Alex doesn't generally like super long things. Which I think is practical. It also has its drawbacks. I'm definitely on this side of the time usage spectrum for sure. Because it's good to be up on the clock, but you might miss some critical moments. You might miscalculate. You might end your calculation too early. And yeah, so there's drawbacks to being more on the Nepo style, like quick, intuitive kind of player.
Yeah. All right, so Rook B1. Do you think Piotr would consider preemptive C4 here as black? Himself?
I think he would consider it because this is such a like common Benko move to get the knight to C5 D3. But of course, for me, I would always be worried as black about like knight D4 ideas, which is the huge drawback. Either right away or preparing it. Coming to C6. So
yeah, knight C6 more or less ends all fun here.
So from White's point of view, yeah, I would generally be happy to see C4 if B3 is not on the board.
Yeah. Okay, so so Piotr needs a good idea.
Yeah. Some kind of regrouping, because like this knight needs to be improved, this rook, this knight. And some kind of plan. Knight d7, I mean, I feel like is the most thematic move. And then you figure it out, knight b6, knight e5, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can also triple on the b file.
It was an interesting question which rook Alexandra was going to put on b1, right? Because sometimes you leave a rook on a1 to keep it behind your passed pawn.
Right.
So when you play rook a b1 as white, you make me think that maybe you want to play rook e1 and play for e5.
Yeah.
Versus like an a4 plan, right? Because her next move could be a4, but that doesn't seem consistent with rook a b1. So if black plays knight d7, you know, or rook move or whatever, you know, what is Alexandra wanting to do?
Yeah, I would think like, okay, there's a lot of useful moves you could still play. You got rook e1, bishop maybe f4 if you want to play for this e5, bishop g5 also can happen as well. h3. So I'd say white still has some good let's say like a lot of useful moves you could make. Do we coordinate the blue shirts? No, David was wearing one, and so I changed my shirt. So it's a little bit.
Sounds like half of us coordinated it. Were you not wearing a blue shirt when I met you today?
I think it was a darker blue, but okay, we're also outside, you know, it was hot. I was gonna change that shirt.
Gotcha. I'm not visual, so I wouldn't know. Kostya could have been wearing this shirt all day or a red shirt, and I wouldn't know.
That's true. Okay, let me go back. So 97 not played. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting, but we'll see. I'd also, as black, I would also just want to move the queen for two reasons. Because like I don't like it lined up against the bishop, and I want the knight to be able to hop here.
Yeah. At the moment, knight c3 is not really threatening to move.
Right.
So
knight c7.
Wow.
That's also a thematic move because you can play knight b5.
Yeah, it's just knight d7 aims to improve both those pieces, and this move is very specific in what it wants to do, right? Like it just wants to go knight b5. another move like knight d7 has lots of different options. So very, very committal move from Piotr, and going knight b5 also in this particular position lets white trade and play bishop c3, which is a way forward.
Yeah.
For white.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's like an achievement for black. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it is like a typical thing to trade pieces as black, but here, this move seems really just on one train that doesn't look that powerful.
So question about Andrea's board, because she's almost down to an hour and spending a lot of time. Yeah, I would think it's a tough spot for white because it's really not obvious what to do. Maybe we can recap what we've analyzed so far. So we're thinking if you drop back, then black takes the bishop and takes this pawn, and we couldn't find any decent compensation for the pawn in this variation.
I mean, we didn't look too hard. There's another very, I don't know, basic move you could play there, like knight f3 or something. You're never going to be like so dead. Black just has two isolated pawns, but it's not particularly pleasant either, right? Because we're not castling.
I see what you're saying. Like it's possible like you, I don't know, put the king on g1.
Yeah.
And then one day this guy falls.
Right.
And you got your pawn back, and then the d6 pawn is weak, and then white's much better.
Yeah, you just develop your rook to h4.
Right.
Put your king on g1. I'm assuming black goes like knight e2, king e2, rook e8, king f1 or something, but I mean, yeah. Yeah, see what I mean about Alexandra playing quickly? You know, no move. She just doesn't go into tanks for no reason, right? She's very
Honestly,
confident.
I'm a fan. The rook was the last piece to develop, you know?
Sure.
Black's not threatening anything. Okay, knight b5, you're fine. You know, rook e1. Absolutely. Why waste time?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to Andrea's board. So this position, okay, maybe playable. I mean, yeah, I don't think like white's like busted here or anything.
Right.
But actually, the more I thought about it, the more I liked our other option to take on e4.
Okay.
And here we were thinking that critical for black would be to take the bishop.
Yeah.
And then this move knight back to c3. So first glance, it looks like our e-pawn is very weak, and we probably do lose this guy.
Yeah.
But like you pointed out, we're getting bishop f3, and again, we might lose a pawn, but the d5 pawn very, very weak here. So right now, this is probably what I would choose if I had this situation.
It's a slightly hard choice to make because just e takes f4 has a scary feeling when you have it canceled.
It wasn't mine. Yeah.
But then when we force ourselves to look at it, it looks mildly pleasant.
Right.
Hi, Mad Banners. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Are you an important personality here?
Clearly. It's Mad Banners.
Okay. We're pleased to meet all of you who we don't know. You know, it's always fun to meet other people who share your interest in chess or love of chess.
Yeah, folks, we're pumped to be on here. I think it's our first time on this channel. We're from Chess Dojo, for those that don't know us, and we love classical. Actually,
yeah,
I was pumped. We got asked to do some classical commentary.
Yeah, yeah. I was like yawn when I heard that there was this GCT tournament starting. I assumed it was like 2 days of rapid and 3 days of blitz or something like that.
The current one is classical, yeah.
And then yesterday, at the end of the day, long day with the kids, I was doing what I always do. Just, are there any chess games to look at? And what? Gukesh had won a classical game.
Wow.
So I was like, oh man, I need to cover that tournament too.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, that's not too far. That's in Bucharest. Not too far from Cracow.
Yeah. So yeah, I love to sit and watch somebody think for 30 minutes like Andrea is doing right now. That's my jam.
I do like it as well. Yeah, because when we analyze, I mean, we're not using like the engines, so we don't get any engine moves. But yeah, it's so much fun to like see a live chessboard and try to predict what's going to happen. Normally we're watching like Super Jam games, and then sometimes we'll guess the move, sometimes not. This is kind of a different situation. Like we're watching, say, lower rated players. So we still have to like try to predict the moves. It's just like, it's harder, but from a different sense.
Yeah.
Okay, rook a8 from black here on the Benko board, which to me looks very reasonable. So I'm just getting the rook to the open file, proving the position.
Reasonable unless concretely Alexandra was ready to play e5 here. But she played b3 quickly.
Already b3. Dang.
Yeah.
Very fast.
Good morning, Canada.
We really see the two styles here. Like Andrea, how many moves has Alex made while Andrea's been tanking?
Just depends on her opponent.
Yeah. Could have made like 10 more moves. Now the issue with the nice thing about deep tanks is that you get into the position, you might be able to find the right solution. But the problem is like at a certain point, you're not going to get any further. You just have to decide.
Right.
And if it's a tough decision, it's a tough decision. But you need to leave yourself with enough time for the rest of the game because you're going to have a lot more tough decisions remaining.
Yeah.
So
it's a really good point. And I imagine that most people in chat understand that there comes a point where you're thinking about something and you're not coming up with anything new anymore, right?
Yeah.
And so what you need to resolve is your indecision, not the position, because you're at your sort of limit.
Ooh, that's good.
Tomorrow I have 5-round classical weekend tournament, 90 plus 30. What's your recommended preparation between rounds? It might not be many minutes to prepare or a few rounds. Okay, a few letters are cut off from the comment, but my take is that when you're playing 5 games in 2 days, you should just eat, rest, maybe take a short walk, but you don't really have extra energy for preparation. On top of that, that'll have a negative return on your investment.
Yeah, I would say like 2 rounds a day. I would say the first priority should be to just recover and rest. And yeah, if pairings come out, some open tournaments, the pairings come out 2 minutes before the round starts.
Yeah,
you're not going to have time to prepare. If you have a few minutes, I would say at least check what the opponent does. Like see what they play on their first move with white, see what openings they play as black. I would not recommend you're probably just not going to have a lot of time anyway to prepare. But for me, I at least like to have some idea of what I'm walking into. Also for me, I play d4, but I sometimes play knight f3 on move 1. Sometimes I go e4, and then I might want to choose based on, the repertoire.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea's opponent he's gotten his 10K steps for the day.
Yeah. He got his walk in. He's like, oh, I didn't need to take a walk before the game. I could have just done it in the opening.
That's honestly for me one of the worst things about not being able to have my phone during the games. The worst thing, of course, is that I can't check social media and like Twitter and stuff while I'm playing, which I would love to do. Not for like information, just because, I'm addicted. And the second thing is that when I'm walking around, my phone is the thing that tracks my steps. So I walk a ton during events because I play pretty quickly. So I'm always walking. I wish I knew how many steps I'm taking, but don't know. And now you can't track. If you brought in a device that could track that would be a big problem.
You've got your brain
to count my steps.
That could be your device.
Actually, I did. I counted the steps.
1, 2, 3, and then
the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, to the end of the hall and back. I'm like, it's 100 steps, and then I just start taking like a bunch of revolutions.
Oh, and then you multiply by 100. So you've got quite a device with you.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Yeah.
No, folks, no smartwatches. No.
Oh, if you can't have a phone, just bring a laptop. Bring a smartwatch. Bring an iPad.
I mean, they're not even allowing pens anymore at tournaments. It's like literally like your pocket's got to be like you're allowed your hotel room key, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, I love Andrea's thinking. She's definitely gone beyond
what I don't love it anymore.
Yeah. I feel like I have a new rule, Kostya, that I just barely break. But the new rule is that if I've been thinking for 10 minutes on a move that's not like decisive, critical, tactical, then I have to stop and make a decision. So sometimes that'll take me 1 or 2 more minutes,
So if
like
it's
to
not
like move
super
11 or 12.
tactical.
But if it's just like a random thing, you know, if it's a positional choice, if there are multiple moves that I know are within a small margin of each other in terms of value, like for Andrea's position, for example, okay, it's kind of critical, but we know that bishop g3, pawn takes e5, and knight e4, they're not going to be a difference of a pawn. They're going to be a difference of 1 to 2/10 of a pawn in value, right?
But you were saying that DE is like disgusting to you.
It's disgusting, but it's like, you know, minus point
Okay,
1 or
effectively
minus
not that
point
bad.
2. It's not like we're not hanging pieces, right? So when I hit that point, I say I just have to decide.
What'd she do?
She's moved.
I think I saw on the camera she made a move. But
Okay.
I couldn't quite tell.
She took 2 seconds off stretching and she's back to thinking. What a beast.
It looks like she might have.
Oh man, he was
no.
He was close by.
Wanted.
He was close by, that guy.
A 0 time lost after she moved. The opponent was watching.
Ay.
Okay,
I'm always watching, by the way, folks. If you think you're going to get a move on me and I'm going to lose time off of it, I'm always watching. So
that's so funny. Okay, we weren't loving DE. I can understand why she did it though, because the other two, it looked like you might be losing a pawn as white. Here, you're definitely not losing a pawn. But the issue is that you give up the center.
Yeah.
And black, I think, just gets very comfortable life. You know, take. And bishop e6, bishop f5. Both these moves look like black is totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, DE.
Ay. Thought for 30 minutes and he recaptured in 30 seconds.
Well, okay, DE. Not the hardest move.
No. No, she better have the next move ready.
Okay, wait. We didn't think about taking the knight here.
I did.
Oh, and what did you think?
We didn't talk about it.
Right.
I thought that after ef4, black was pleasant. Because basically what we've done is we've traded off that doubled d6 pawn. And now we're doing a similar thing where our best move is knight c3 to pressure d5. But the d5 pawn's much more defensible because there's bishop e6 if they want. They're still cracking us on e3. And here white's kind of scrambling for equality.
Yeah. Maybe her idea is to take on d5 here?
Right, you could, with queen or with knight.
Yeah.
But black can go, you know, ef, king f2, and then queen f6 or queen h4 and just keep the game going, or queen b6 actually the best.
Queen b6, yeah. I thought queen f6, bishop f3, okay, like, we're not down a pawn.
Yeah, but we're struggling. Like
this one, yeah.
We're scrambling to be alive,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
we're not happy at all.
Exactly. So, but she is thinking here, which is not great. You want to have decided already, like after takes.
Yeah, she just leaned down and Mateus just thinking of taking another walk. Oh no.
So he's still sitting at the board. I would have already been gone. Whenever my opponent does this, like they take a super long think.
Yeah.
I make my move that, you know, is expected.
Yeah.
And then they kind of keep thinking.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you're back in it, you know. Let me get out of your way.
Yeah.
Don't let me disturb you.
Just quickly nod like, yeah, you should be thinking, right? Like I can understand why you're thinking, you know, good time to think some more and then walk on.
All right, I'll tell you in chat one story. And this is, I don't know if this is like, you can call this a trick, but maybe it's a strategy you can use. I was playing open tournament last year, a year ago, and my opponent, I noticed, was drifting asleep, like falling asleep at the board on my move.
Oh, can I guess the move?
On which move?
Can I guess the move? What trick or strategy you employed?
Sure.
You started humming a nursery rhyme.
Okay. Close.
Yeah? No.
Here's what I did. I thought he was asleep, so I wanted to make my move.
Yeah.
But then the motion, like it woke him up, and so he kind of like jerked awake.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I pulled my hand back.
Yeah.
And then I just waited like a minute.
Right.
He went back to sleep.
Yeah, you tried again?
I made a move. He was out for like 15 minutes. I just, because you guys all know, like when you're drifting asleep, like you fall asleep, you like wake up and then you're still out. Like 2 minutes later, you're done. You're done. So 15 minutes.
15 minutes for one
move. And
huge
it was not even
huge return on investment.
It was the kind of move like, you know, B3 and like, okay, you can play anything.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys can use that one.
Yeah. That was quite a trick.
E5, Andrea's still thinking, oof.
Yeah, it's a bad start for the game here.
Oof. Do you think it's because the opponent is higher rated? Do you think there's some intimidation factor?
No, I think it's
180
just
points?
like
Just her?
it's the kind of controversial decision that she sinks her teeth into. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Alex, I noticed, hasn't really gone up much at all from what I've seen. And looks like her opponent just made a move. Should see it on our end soon. Maybe E6? E6 is what I could gather. No, knight D7. Okay.
Yeah. That's logical.
Yeah, for sure.
Can we go back one move in that game and see what would have happened if she played E5
Oh, yeah.
herself
Instead of
before?
B3.
Yeah.
So E5.
Yeah. Because the D5 pawn can't be taken by black because of knight D5 and the queen's hit, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, Alexandra's playing quickly. Is she letting any opportunity slip by, right? Was E5 something? And it'll also help us judge what's going on in the position. So yeah, takes.
I mean,
take
if
with
black
knight.
takes, generally I think this is a nice change of structure for white.
Usually, right?
Yeah, because you got the E file now as a target. Knight C6 is coming.
Right.
The drawback is the D pawn, which is now weaker. Black
Mhm.
still can't take it, but maybe
Yeah.
in the future it'll be weak. But I think white's better here. I guess we compare it to B3 and knight D7. Here, I also like white, but I mean, we didn't get E5 in. And what would be the plan for whites?
Well, yeah, I mean, the chance to play E5 sort of came and went, so it was kind of a big question. Now you need a different plan.
I mean, you could still maybe try to prepare like bishop F4 somehow, but
a little hard to swing.
Yeah, maybe like rook BC1, just defending this guy.
How about A4? So the knight has an actual move from C3.
I like A4, yes.
And then if black goes C4, that's one critical option. Then we can just take by surprise.
Right.
And the rook on B7 is hanging, right? So, and that C4 is the kind of move that can disrupt you when you're trying to set up A4, B3.
Right.
That's not an
So
issue.
if C4 is not an issue, yeah.
Then
another reason, like,
what do they do with the queen?
Rook on B7.
Knight B5 would trap her. Can she go to A3?
I mean, you can always pull back, but you're saying that's not ideal.
Not ideal. Maybe it's best, but
Queen A5. Okay, and then is this a threat immediately? Like,
well, yeah, it traps the queen.
Just wins the queen, right? Where do you go? Okay, that's a problem. So A4, we kind of like for Alex here. To knight D7.
Yeah, it's sort of like a natural improving move.
Yeah.
The white position, and it introduces a threat, and black doesn't have any obviously good move other than continuing to move their queen. Another possible problem with the knight C7 move by black is it was kind of like the only place where knight C7 is really useful is if they go knight B5 and then white plays A4 and black's not going to play knight B5.
Right.
Andrea's got one super fan here, James Cheesy. Oh, about the record, yes. They're all doing good.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like Andrea and Alexandra are both doing well so far in this tournament, and so are their opponents. Right? Like all of these players are on 4.5 out of 7, so they're all playing near the top of the tournament.
Yeah,
and all in pretty good form, right? Sorry, 4.5 out of 6, all of them, which is a very big score, plus 3 at this point. Only one player with 6 points and a couple people with 5, so they're all probably in pretty good form at this stage.
For sure. But it's round 7. Tournament is getting long, especially the final 2 rounds, especially the last round. I think they've got a 9 a.m. final round, which is maybe my least favorite thing about European tournaments. Generally, I love European events. They're 1 round a day. but they often do this thing where they have you play at like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. every single day. And then last round, most important round, when the titles are on the line, norms are on the line, prizes are on the line, 9 a.m. You gotta come play at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And the reason is because usually they want more time for like the closing ceremony, which fair enough. But what cost?
Does anyone go to closing ceremonies? Like
The winners do.
Yeah. Okay. The winners. So it's a little thing for 3 people.
The organizers, they have a nice time. And if I'm invited to a tournament, I get some conditions. Of course, I would like to attend the opening and the closing and show my support.
Yeah.
Okay, people also go home.
That's what I always thought it was for. So people could travel that afternoon and avoid another night of hotel
That's
cost.
a better. Okay, but I was playing a tournament and it was a great event, but yeah, they had like a 3-hour closing ceremony. So I was just...
Wow. So they weren't traveling, those people.
It was
They were really into the closing ceremony.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, you end. But okay, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
It's early.
Yeah.
I don't envy them.
No. Well, we could envy them anyway because they're still at a tournament and we aren't today.
Well, not today. Yes.
You will be soon enough.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be playing in 2 days. Corsica.
Yeah.
Okay, these are live games. Bishop G3. I think this is Alex's longest think of the game right now.
It is.
Yeah. So that's good. She's getting into the position.
Yeah. How does she look? Does she look focused or working hard or worried or interested?
I feel like she's pretty comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrea, actually, she got up from the boards. She took a break,
Nice.
which I think is smart after a long think. Kind of want to get up, recharge.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she'll be taking back with the H-pawn as soon as she arrives. Now the question is, should she take back immediately, or is she going to write down the move first and then take back? Usually you write down the move first, but you're also down on time. And you have every right to just make your one move.
So down on time. And it's a recapture, yeah. Her opponent didn't get up, which means he hasn't picked his next move yet. After HG. It means he just played it because he noticed that she was not
She's not ready.
nearby.
I'm going to take anyway.
So he's stealing time off her clock here.
Or maybe he is ready. He's just waiting for her to come back and recapture immediately. And then he'll make his next move. I guess we'll see.
But then he could be walking. I think he doesn't know what to do. And from his posture, it looks like he's really.
Yeah. Well, probably he'll keep thinking.
Something.
I feel like he has. Yeah, I think you're right. He just hasn't decided yet. What's his next move? Okay, Andrea came back. She takes.
Yeah.
And writes down her. Oh, I think she wrote down the opponent's move first.
Mm-hmm. HG played.
HG.
Yeah. So as I said, it's no disaster, but the position is very pleasant for black.
Yeah.
And I think it's basically just not worth time to have thought about this. Ooh.
Knight A4.
Knight A4.
From Alex.
Not an obvious move. It takes away several squares from that queen.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just trying to play bishop c3 as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. Right. Which I think is reasonable. Black's queen is hit. Oh, and bishop e6 here. Okay, also logical.
Yeah.
So, yeah, queen has to move, and then we got bishop c3 coming for white. And then that also supports this e5 push.
Yeah. Okay, very logical.
Seems right, yeah.
Very logical. I think black could consider putting the queen on a3 versus b5. But either way, I can totally understand why Alexandra did this, because that bishop on d2 really wanted to come to c3. Knight on f3 would love to go to d2, maybe c4.
Yeah.
So she's unjamming her dudes from over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's rare to put the knight on a4, so it also shows flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
She just knew what she wanted to do.
Okay, Alex in control. Andrea going into the tank again a bit. Here, though, what options can we say for white? We got the famous c3, which here I think is useful again.
In what way is it useful?
Well, it covers d4, b4, allows us to threaten mate with the queen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think also move like king f1 for me would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Though, yeah, it's tough. I don't love this position. Because white's rook is good, but it's like you're not getting the attack with the rest of your pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And what that also means is that your rooks are disconnected. Mm-hmm. So if white doesn't get pressure on the h file, then it's like, is the rook actually needed on h1?
Yeah. Oh. Sorry about it, but
no worries. Okay, queen a3.
Mm-hmm. Logical. So against this queen a3, we have to ask if he's preventing bishop c3 with some rook a4 shenanigan.
Oh.
Right. I mean, we want to play bishop c3, but
yeah. Wow.
We just have to double check.
Let's see. So bishop c3, rook a4, and then maybe we... Oh, actually, I see a couple options for white. One would be to take on g7 first. The other would be to just take back, try to get some rook b7. But yeah, let's say rook a4, bishop takes g7. Then
now it's complicated, right? Queen a2, there's rook b2.
Yeah. So that looks good for white. Move the rook. Oh, maybe you move the rook.
Maybe we drop the rook back, though.
Yeah. Rook goes back, and then we got to save the bishop, and like bishop e2, queen a2. I think black can maybe even get away with this.
Queen c3. f6. Knight d2.
And then like pull back.
Yeah.
Knight d5.
So our queen's going to head over to h3 because there's some weaknesses over there, and our endgame is definitely not good for white after we lose the a-pawn, if it was even good before that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think rook a4 actually is very, very interesting shot.
Yeah, something you have to check before going for it. You want to try and see if your rook b7 thing refutes it?
Oh, yeah. So here, take, let's say we take back, rook b1, rook b1. Here, maybe queen.
Maybe with the queen. And then after trades, rook b7, bishop a5. And white needs to unseat that bishop with like, what, knight d2 to c4, but the bishop could take. The a-pawns are pretty annoying for black's minor pieces.
Yeah, definitely.
There's definitely potential for white here.
It's like a c-pawn, so it's like, could be a thing.
Yeah.
Interesting. So possible. And yeah, Alex is thinking, so she doesn't rush with bishop c3, which is good. So maybe she noticed this possibility.
Yeah.
And other moves.
That's exactly the kind of task you have to calculate in chess. That's where you can't just sort of play the move that looks like what you want to do.
Yeah, always have to watch out for the opponent's moves. I'm talking to myself right now. Okay, another option is bishop c1, bishop b2, going this way.
Yeah. So it's not like bishop c3 is the only way to live.
Yeah. That's oh, is there rook a4 again?
Maybe.
Yeah. It's a problem.
Maybe even bishop b2 first, Kostya. It could be worse. Look at that.
Yeah, everything's just hanging on this paper. Yeah. Not good. Not good.
So if knight b2, there's rook a2, and that's disastrous. But if you take on b2 with any other piece, then there's rook a4, and you've just lost all your
completely
coconuts.
Yeah, lost all our coconuts.
We're in coconuts.
Okay, so this is not super obvious.
That's why you rarely see a knight on a4 in this opening, huh? I didn't know it was because of rook a4.
Yeah.
But now I see that
now
it's annoying.
Clear. These tactics come up a lot. I mean, also you could say the knight is in the way of the 8-pawn. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
It's yeah. Definitely could see white underestimating this queen a3.
There's almost no position where you can play bishop b2, actually. Like you could throw in A3 after bishop C1, queen B4, you know, seeing if you're changing the tactics by disrupting the queen, but
let's see a move. Bishop G5. Okay. So nixing the bishop C3.
Yeah. But now, you know, we don't know what knight A4 was for. I don't know how.
Yeah. Maybe this wasn't the intention.
Yeah. Don't know if she's getting what she wants here.
Yeah, because now this is a bit tricky to untangle. I guess we do have like knight D2, knight C4 always, which is nice.
Yeah, if we could just put that on the board, white would be in great shape. Black may need to defend E7 here.
Right. It's like king F8 or something.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'm still drawn to this E5 plan, but of course then the bishop should have gone to F4.
Yeah, I mean, you could drop back now, and it's not like having black played king F8.
No, it's I mean, it's even
hurt white's chances.
Seems even better,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, okay, C3 from Andrea. Let's go. Nice.
I guess.
It
I mean, it's a move. Her position is not particularly happy. It's not a particularly, you know, I don't have a problem with the move. It's just it's hard to get inspired by it.
I'm happy it's on the board. I wish it was on the board faster. This to me, this is like a 30-second move you play.
Yeah.
No tactics, nothing's hanging. You can't take anything. All right, C3.
Yeah, sure. It's fine.
London setup complete. Exactly.
Somebody asking what's the difference between like a 2000 rating and a 1900 rating. I mean, generally
100 points.
About a 12.5% expectancy and result. Like you might be expected to score 56.25% against somebody 100 points lower than you. Or oh no. No, I think more like 62.5%. Sorry, to 32.5%. Something like that. So it's something. It's enough that you can notice it. But then the issue is, you know, how accurate are ratings, right? Because there's a lot of people who are studying chess, and
yeah,
your own form when you show up to tournaments, people have different levels of consistency. Sometimes they can show up plus or minus 200 points.
Also, I think the color is a big deal.
They're better days.
Because I remember I was doing some analytics on my games, and I remember for 1 year I checked all my games with white, with black, against high-rated players, low-rated players, trying to do all the stats. And I discovered that with black, my performance rating was like 2,300. And with white, my performance rating was close to like 2,600. Just based on the results.
Spread.
Yeah. No, really, really bad.
I'm really surprised for you. I don't think of you as being someone with like a dramatic
2,600 white.
White, yeah.
I think it was just like a good period where, okay, I was winning games and not losing much as whites. And with black, just like losing low-rated players. Yeah. But what I want to say is like, okay, so it's funny. So I started thinking myself when I was playing white, I was like, oh, I'm 2,600. That's my rating.
That was what you told yourself?
When I have white, yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't help when I play with black. So yeah, you take a 1900 against a 2000, you know, one of them might be more comfortable with the opening, and then it changes everything.
Yeah. So over hundreds of games, we could say that 100-point difference is really noticeable. But in any one game, it actually doesn't really tell you too much.
Yeah. Form will yeah, still be a huge factor.
Yeah.
So bishop g5. Yeah, I would expect king f8. That's like the classic Benko move. When you have to defend the pawn. But I don't know. What else can black do here? Definitely don't want to play f6. With the bishops on the board. Bishop f6, I think that's kind of helping white trade off the bishops.
There is a theme where if your d6 pawn is defended, you can allow bishop e7 because of f6 trapping it. So like if you played rook a6 or something, it can be a weird
But then which
thing
rook
to
is
do.
gonna
But the bishop might be able to get away on d8 now. You know, it's a or maybe knight d2 c4 and you save the bishop before it gets trapped, right? f6, knight d2 maybe.
Mhm.
And maybe black can't hold it. But it is a theme.
Yeah.
Not that I know of James Cheesy. Some people have said that I look a little bit like Grishuk, which would only be a celebrity in the chess world, not in the world.
Oh yeah. I've definitely thought about
I've seen
the
people
Grishuk.
say that, right? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know that I.
It's not like a
I see it or
exact
anything.
look-alike, but it's a resemblance for sure.
Yeah.
I think David looks like this other streamer, also named David Pacman, who's like a political streamer. But I saw he's like playing chess a little bit. That's how I knew him. And you guys are both David.
Mm-hmm.
I think very alike.
Okay. I've never checked on this. Kosti mentioned it once before, but I haven't checked.
Yeah, that's just me. Okay. King f8.
You called it. Good work. Good work there. Difference between IM and GM is, let's say, bigger than the difference between 1900 and 2000.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you think the difference goes up as the ratings go up.
As the rating goes up, the difference or the amount of work,
It's
the
harder.
amount of knowledge, it's more and more every 50, 100 points. So it's logarithmic versus geometric.
That's the word I was thinking about, logarithmic. Thank you.
Is IM or GM better? GM, yeah. IM means international master and grandmaster means like international grandmaster. So
yeah.
Generally, they have to be at minimum 100 points higher than an IM. And of course, you know, Magnus is the limit, which is like, you know, 400 to 450 points higher than.
Yeah, there was this recent article, I don't know if you saw it, but it was like, I think it was the New York Times. And it was like, players wonder if the GM title is like overvalued now because there's like so many GMs. And the interesting thing I thought from that was that at like the higher levels, I think it was like Caruana or someone was saying that like, you know, he just judges players by their rating. Like if he sees someone as a GM, I think this is what he's saying. It doesn't mean that much to him. Like he needs to see their rating in order, because okay, 2,500 versus 2,700, you know, massive difference, even though both players are grandmasters.
Right. But he should more or less know the names of all the players within, you know, 150 points of him. So if he doesn't recognize you and know your games, it's a pretty safe bet that you have a small chance against him.
Right. That's
that he's like a big favorite.
The other way, yeah, they can know if someone's good or not if they've heard of you before.
Yeah.
Okay, Queen E7 on Andrea's board, definitely very logical move. I mean, I think we're thinking here black is slightly better. Just kind of comfortable position.
Yeah,
nice
that's
center.
what I think.
Rooks, I think we'll go to D8 and C8. And then long term, what's black playing for here? Like, do you just try to take some space, or
black has tons and tons of different ways to play it. So rook C8 and D8 is one option. That could be played to just keep white suffocated for a while. You can also throw the F pawn. You can also, once white's castled, go H5, H4. I don't actually love playing A5 because then when white plays A4, it's that Slav structure where my two queenside pawns lose all their flexibility and white has the B5 square to operate through. So I don't love A5. Generally, I'll try and play near where I have my advantage, which is either, you know, going to be a pawn majority or a space advantage locally somewhere. So here it's D5, E5, so it's kind of building up behind those pawns, maybe finding a moment to play D4, or maybe finding a moment to play F5 and add to the strength I have. But I think there's a lot of flexibility.
Oh, Queen A4 from Andrea. That makes sense. So Queen A4, my guess is he's definitely eyeing this one. Maybe to trade queens, maybe not. Maybe she's hoping black plays F6 and she can swing over. But I don't know. Looks very reasonable to me.
Yeah, it's just a square for the queen. She's out of the way of the rooks this way, at minimum, right? So the rook on A1 could come to D1 and mildly pressure the D5 pawn, which is a normal thing to do, is to try and generate a tiny bit of pressure on the D file in one of these positions where the opponent has more space. Queen H4, Bishop G4 an option if Black played F6. Bishop G4 always an option.
Yeah.
Knight B3. And you can look at Queen B5, Bishop B5, the C5 and A5 squares. So yeah, she's better here than she was on D1.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we had knight D2 from Alex. The follow-up to bishop to G5, which, okay, very sensible to me. Going for knight C4.
Yeah.
And, okay, if white gets knight C4, I mean, then black starts to go backwards. Like, you have to go queen B4, and then we get bishop D2, and then you got to go back even further, and maybe we go bishop C3.
Yeah, everything starts coming together. Knight C4 counts as a pretty big threat to me.
Yeah. So, let's see. One option to kind of deal with this would be knight E5.
One option that doesn't work that I calculated immediately was knight B6. And white trades, brings the rook to B6, plays knight C4, attacking queen and rook. At first, I thought knight B6 is black to take the A pawn, but then I realized I'd be hanging a rook, so it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't work out.
Looks good. Knight B6 is out. Probably knight E5. And then
big question is F4, right? I mean,
F4 would be
committal as can be.
And unfortunately for bishops,
that's the big question.
They are not knights.
Bishop D4 check and then knight G4 would be a sudden counter attack. Actually, yeah,
stunner. Double exclam. So F4 and then knight C4. Yeah, looks good.
So, what is black to do about this situation? There's another move that doesn't work. Knight B5, knight C4.
Just thinking knight B5, yeah.
Yeah, knight D4, knight A3, knight C2. And unfortunately, that knight comes all the way around.
It's like a checkers combination.
Yeah.
It takes back. And there's no rook A4 at the end line. Everything's defended.
Yeah. So we can't get that funky. But maybe we can retreat the queen there still.
Might have to. But definitely not, as black, you want to keep your queen on A3. Want to keep the pressure. Once you start going back, it starts to feel wrong. What's the time for black here? Looks like 45 minutes. Okay, so we're starting to approach some early stage time trouble. Okay. So queen B4.
Yeah, Piotr needs some help.
And let's say knight C4. Now what? Queen B5. I don't know. This feels so tender to me, and then maybe I can just bring this one back anyway.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great for black.
Yeah.
Oh, knight D. Yeah, knight D2 was the last move. Okay. Yeah, hard to see a great continuation for black here. Rook takes A4. I don't see any reason for it. Just desperate.
All right, yeah, queen's still on A3, but okay, queen B4 feels like you're gonna have to play this move. So might as well start with it since knight C4 is coming.
Yeah, maybe the queen just has to drop back to b5 and accept that that's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if queen b5. I mean, I was thinking maybe it does make sense, like force white to go bishop d2 before you.
But bishop d2 to c3 is like.
No, I mean, you do want to play it, right?
White's happy enough to do it. Ooh,
D4.
black played the big move. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This was the big question, right? By not rushing the castles.
Uh-oh.
Does this move bother us?
Wow. Okay. Dang.
Technically,
Mateos.
the pawn's hanging, right? So
yeah, let's get into it.
It's demanding a basic calculation here.
So if white takes twice, problem is we have this open e file. And I mean, I think black has many moves here. Bishop d5, oops, bishop g4. And doesn't look fun for white.
No.
I feel like you could start with rook d8 and you're also just cruising.
Well, don't give up on me so fast.
You want to take the pawn?
If I can castle, it'll be equal. So I think the best of the moves you suggested was bishop d5. Nothing else worried me.
What about bishop g4? Sorry, just the
F3.
concrete one. And then the rook comes in.
Ay. Playing fancy stuff is ghosting.
Yeah,
okay, knight e4.
Knight e4. All right, now we're gonna get fancy. Oh, I'd be terrified here as well. I mean, maybe you get out. I don't know.
All right, I just castle queen side.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Take.
And I take the piece back.
Okay, white didn't get mated.
Now you're talking.
Sure, boy. I'd have such a hard time taking this pawn.
Well, what are you going to do? Let black take on e3 and leave you with 3 isolated pawns?
Well, I don't want to let black take on e3.
Sometimes you got to be a brave boy.
Maybe take and then do something. Let's say we just castle here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm less scared of black taking on c3 than e3.
Yeah.
Okay, this is defensible. I accept if you want to do this.
But you still think taking the pawn is better, or you?
No, I think it's like the baseline is we calculate if we can take it, right? And then
gotcha.
Like black plays d4 and it looks like, ooh, that's probably gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's where I ended my calculation.
But if you stop there, like how do you get back into the game from that? Then you just start playing like defensive moves and making concessions, right?
Well, you know, you try to make the best that you can.
What if the best you can is taking the pawn?
Then that's the problem. I guess, you know, the way I would look at it is like, first I would find the safe option, which I think is like taking once and castling. And then I would see like, okay, I've got the safe option in my pocket. Maybe I'll try to improve on it.
Okay. Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, you did find the safe option really quickly. So that is useful.
Yeah.
Like,
it
puts you in a calmer state of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now I know, like, okay,
you don't have to worry about your clock. I think I usually look at the critical thing more, but then if I have to give up on it, I might be in so much time pressure that I make the backup choice really hastily and badly, right? Yeah. Now I've got all that negative emotion that I spent 20 minutes calculating a thing that didn't work, and I have to do some kind of stupid concession move, and I do it really fast.
Well, this is the issue with your and like Andrea's approach, like when she spent like 30 minutes earlier on one move.
Yeah.
So if you spend 30 minutes and then you like sacrifice a piece and you calculate a bunch of stuff, okay, great. Maybe it doesn't work out, but I mean, you put your time into good use. But if you spend 30 minutes and then don't play the critical move, because I don't think that's like, we were thinking, okay, she kind of made some concessions, then you just lost all that time. And then you made like the easy move you could have made. So it's kind of like worst of both worlds.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. But hey, chess is not easy.
No.
This is definitely a tough one.
How much time does she have now?
Andrea's on 32 minutes.
And
And it's move 14. So 26 moves to go to the time control. That said, if things clarify,
I mean, whether or not things clarify, it's clear she needs to move faster in the opening.
Yeah.
Right. She has to take on that feedback. Somebody was saying that Dina told her that before.
It's good. Yeah, move 14, folks, for last move, or move 15 now for white.
Mm-hmm.
Queen b4.
Queen b4. You got that one.
And yeah, and it wasn't just the 30-minute thing, but also I think she spent like several minutes on like c3, which I thought is like a simple move to make.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when you spend like 5-6 minutes on like an obvious move, like it's not good. Yeah, time control's at 40 moves exactly. So
yeah,
a lot to go.
Yeah, if the time control were at move 20, then I think she'd be perfect.
Okay, CD4. We're saying Andrea's time has been much better than Noel's. Oh no. Oh
Well,
no.
that's good. That's good. It means she's working on
That is good.
The thing she most needs to be working on, maybe.
Yeah. No, I think time issues are like they're so huge because it doesn't matter what kind of player you are. If you have no time, like you're gonna blunder, play worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sits. Okay, Andrea's the one of thinking, so he doesn't take back right away, but he's got over an hour, so he's in no rush. He can afford. But what does Black have another option here? What could?
No,
doesn't look like, right?
Yeah. That move is super, super obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, he took back. Good. Oh, he already made a move. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we took with the C pawn. So now DE3 is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That we don't want to allow, even if we get castled.
Yeah.
It's E4 a move. Well, it's a move.
Yeah,
I guess how much do we like?
An unpleasant one, but a move.
Yeah, it's not the move you'd want to make.
I think it looks terrible.
Yeah.
I think E4 looks terrible after both D3 sacking the pawn to play rook D8 and after rook D8 threatening D3 and if bishop D3, knight E5 or knight B4 and just keep hammering.
Simple, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to B4 actually.
Mm-hmm.
Just to also hit C2 because the other rook's coming to C8. I mean,
well, as they say, kings are the best blockaders.
Yeah. And a king and pawn ending.
must have missed that part.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, not just king and pawn, rook and pawn.
Yeah. No, I was just joking back.
In the end game. Okay. Oh, that is a good joke, man. Missing so many things today. All right. So, live position.
Yeah, live position. I mean, I feel like she took CD4. She's got to take ED4, but it looks like she didn't yet decide what she wanted to do.
Well, now that you've taken CD, I think maybe White is also considering knight F1. I know.
After knight F1, what would be your next move if Black played A5 or king H8? And that's the end of knight F1.
No, actually, I'd castle. I'd get out.
Okay, castle that way.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, okay, knight F1, it's not ideal. For sure. And even knight F1 like queen B4 check, right? Looks
kind
of nasty for us.
Absolutely brutal.
Not good. Okay. So I'm trying to find a move for Andrea that doesn't involve ED4. Bishop D3 is a move. I don't know how it helps exactly, but
I mean, it could help in some e4 variation, maybe.
Play e4 after.
Yeah.
Yeah. d3 h6. Oh, should make a move? You should win e4. We'll see.
We'll find out soon.
Board
There's
looks
not
like e4.
there's not
Yeah.
much of a lag on the tournament, huh?
No
There's
delay.
not like a 15 minute delay or anything. It's just a couple seconds and the moves pop up.
Yeah. Yeah, no delay. Okay, e4. We weren't loving this because of rook d8 and d3 ideas. We didn't analyze d3 too much, but that is definitely
a major theme.
Big possibility.
Yeah.
Rook d8, and then very unpleasant for white. Everything on the d file starts to hang.
Yeah. Her opponent's definitely good enough to look at moves like d3. That's not like GM only territory. I mean, it's not a move a beginner would play, just throwing away a pawn for an open file, but certainly at a 2000 level, the guy's going to be acquainted with, you know, the initiative, right?
Yeah.
He's going to know what the initiative is.
Yeah, I think d3 are definitely looking at it.
Yeah. And rook d8 strong too. I mean, as black, I would burn some time here. It's hard to know which one's going to be the better one.
Yeah. And he's got a lot of time. He's got an hour.
Yeah. This is where if he doesn't start using it, I would say, oh, that's, you know, he's too excited about her using up her time, right? He's not thinking about what he needs to be doing and playing the best moves in the position. He's getting too excited about, oh, I'm putting pressure on her. Let me keep attacking her clock, right? No, you have to play your clock position plus the board more than the opponent's situation. So I think this position merits a pretty deep think just because d3 and rook d8 are both so plausible.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see. What happens if d3 takes rook d8 and now...
So king e2 got worse.
King e2 is not a move. Yeah, you want to play.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say bishop b5.
Okay.
Try to trade off that knight before it kills us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Let's maybe try knight b4 for black. Just curious. I mean, white might have a3. Otherwise, my idea for black is to go a6, b5, and kick the queen away from c2. So a3.
Yeah. That's a question.
Yeah, that's a good question. All right, let's try something else. Let's go back. Let's go rook d4 and just double rooks and see if that does anything for us, bringing more people to the party.
Yeah. I feel like rook c8 is also a fun move. Queen g5. Yeah, I feel like I got so many moves here. Rook d4.
Well, that move looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
Once we play it, because
the queen doesn't have a good square.
Yeah, she doesn't really have a good square,
queen
right?
a3? Can you try queen?
If she goes to d1, you don't have rook d1. If she goes to c2, then, you know, rook c8 and knight b4 always with tempo. Queen a3.
Oh, d3 on the board. And Andrea actually reacted to this one pretty quickly. I think she already played bishop d1, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, so here, for example, Kosi, there's knight b4
Yeah.
because of the c2 square. And then, yeah, looks very bad, yeah.
Okay. So I like her decision to quickly not take the pawn. That's good.
Okay. So she's committed to getting that king castled.
This one's, yeah, I think too dangerous to take. But now, of course, the pawn is very strong. So I feel like black is very much in control, doing great. Rook d8, obvious move, and then followed by supporting this pawn with all the pieces. But okay, you still have to convert this as black. Like this is still very much a game.
There's an annoying move you can play here as black too, which is queen g5. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just now saying, okay, the pawn's good. Let's centralize all the pieces. Let's get the rooks into the game, of course. Right? But queen g5 is a move that tries to do sort of the next level of evil.
Definitely.
Idea is you can't castle because the knight's hanging. You have no piece to defend the knight with. And if you move the knight to castle, then we play d2, right? Just insisting on chucking this d pawn to get an attack going against white's
team. So you're thinking like queen g5, knight f3.
Yeah, d2.
And just d2.
Yeah, if the knight ever moves.
You take this pawn.
Yeah.
You take the pawn. Oh, man. And then knight d2.
Yeah.
It's like play like it's the same as
rook
before.
b8
Yeah.
Sort of play a similar kind of position, right?
Right. Yeah, so f4, by the way, hangs g3. Otherwise, that would be what white wants to do. But black takes here and just collapses everything.
Yeah.
So that looks reasonable. Maybe bishop b3. Let's try to get out. Rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah. Knight d4 here, maybe, and you can't take on e6. But maybe, oh no, the queen's on d4, sorry. It was time for my first blunder of the day.
Oh, nice.
Okay, b5. The queen on a5 doing weird action across the side. Oof. And now I get to play knight d4.
Oof.
If you'd ever take on e6, I'll play fe. I don't mind developing the rook.
Knight d4 is going to be a problem.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not needed. This queen g5 might be really unnecessary extra sauce, but it's very interesting that there is this other approach to the position.
Yeah. No, I mean,
in some other position, it might matter.
Active queen. Yeah. Is a dream. Question if we see the eval bar while we're analyzing. We see it on one of the boards.
Yeah.
I won't say which one.
Yeah.
Ideally, we wouldn't see it. We understand it's for the chat mainly. We prefer to analyze without, just to give our more human impressions of the game.
Yeah. Actually, if you moved this down a little bit, you might fully block that other one too.
Yes. But the issue is, as soon as we make moves, we'll still see it.
It'll still pop up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
But at least we can hide it.
Is Alexandra in a winning position? I don't think either of these games is winning or losing yet. But Alexandra has the better position.
Yeah. Alex, I think at least
quite pleasant.
Small edge. Definitely happy. Also, her opponent on this one has been tanking. We didn't mention it. He's down to 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's lower than Andrea now.
Yeah.
So if Andrea can at least stay ahead of Alex's opponent, it's like a decent.
But they've played more moves, right? Like Alexandra is
they're on moves.
Gradually put pressure on Piotr.
21 for black here on Alex's board.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, still 24 minutes is not good.
No, definitely not. And still thinking. I mean, I guess he's trying to find a move. And it's not so easy. Okay, rook a7.
Wow.
So rook goes back to a7.
He went very deep to find that move.
Maybe that's making more space for the queen to return. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. And maybe lining up for a desperation sack on a4, but it's not awesome here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think bishop d2 for white.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c3.
Yeah, super logical. That's our plan.
And actually it's like this king on f8 is useful, I think, in this variation. Let's say we go here, queen b5, and then bishop c3.
Yeah.
This king was on g8. Maybe black could go rook a4, right?
Right.
And then queen c4.
Yeah.
But here, yeah, bishop g7.
Here, please take on c4.
What a difference like one little detail makes, right? We could have had maybe same position with king on g8, but here it's big problem for black. Because queen hangs. So yeah. I know you know.
What?
I know you know. Like, oh, so bishop d2.
Yeah.
Piotr still thinking.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah, she's played bishop d2 quickly.
Did she?
And he's
she
back in the tank.
She already
Yeah.
played bishop. Wow, very fast. Very fast.
Kind of knew what she wanted to do and did it.
And he's made a move. Looks like queen went to b7, if I see correctly. Confirm.
And I think she may have answered instantly as well.
What?
Yeah.
And she was thinking on his time. Bishop
Yeah.
c3?
For sure.
Dang, putting lots of pressure.
Yeah. She's quite consistent about it. Like I looked at all 6 games from this tournament and checked like her time usage. And she just like keeps it coming.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Pretty fast though, I gotta say.
Yeah.
But I guess he was thinking for a while. And so, I mean, it kind of makes sense. He was thinking in this position for like maybe 15, 20 minutes. And so as a white, you're like, okay, my next move is bishop d2. But like, what are you going to think about it? I'm going to go bishop d2, bishop c3.
Right.
So yeah, it goes rook a7.
Yeah, he chose to play rook a7, but I mean, what am I going to do? I'm still going to play bishop d2 to c3.
Yeah,
so.
like, as long as nothing's hanging. So here and here.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks plenty good for her. I mean, I would say everything's going her way this game so far. Like she's got a position she's comfortable with. It's a game that's tending towards a fair amount of trades, and I think her end games are very good. She's got her normal time lead. Her opponent has fallen into spending a lot of time on not decisive moves. So when they're playing this end game that's tough for black, he's not going to have much time with which to put up the maximum defense. He's just going to be feeling worn out. So far everything's going her way pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Okay, knight b5.
Yeah.
Starting to speed up a bit. Knight b5 makes sense. Being that d4 square. I'm expecting trades pretty fast, honestly. Bishop c3. Yeah, your bishop's hit. Don't really see the point of dropping back.
No, I think the question is really if on her next move, is she going to go forward with e5 or reposition the queen first?
It does trade.
But trading's...
Here's another trick. You can, let's say if you want to put pressure on the opponent, because I think Alex is thinking now, you can come up with your next move before you take.
Yeah.
And then you take, and then you bang out your next move quickly, and now they have to think.
I always do that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I always do that.
I
never play a move like bishop g7, you recapture, and then I'm still thinking.
And then you start thinking?
No,
Really?
Never, man. Even if, like, you're attacking, like, my queen, and, like, it's almost sure that I just have to trade her, I'm, like, in check or something like that, I always prepare my next move. Always.
Wow.
Because you just be, like, a tiny bit less, more relaxed until, like, I show my next move. You're just kind of like, something's going to happen, And I'm trying to outwork you a little bit,
Yeah. Dang. Wow. For me, it kind of depends. If my opponent's in time pressure, I'll wait here and think. If not, let's say they're gone from the board, then I'll take.
And look, she's like me.
And now wait, did she make the move?
Oh yeah,
she already played F4.
Yeah, it will be amateur hour to take on G7 without your next move planned. Amateur hour.
What do you mean? Maybe I just want to keep thinking, you know? Because I
Then
know
do it without trading.
but then it's harder to visualize. Like, I just want to see this position.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I mean, I would have some idea in mind, you know, Queen B2.
I have basically no visualization skills, but I can more or less picture Bishop G7, King G7.
I don't know. Sometimes I also think for a while. Okay, sometimes I'll do the thing you're talking about. Well, I think for a while.
Yeah.
Try to come up with a move.
Yeah.
I don't find one, but I realize I gotta play Bishop. Maybe I'll see something after I play it. You know, it's like a reset. A6 on this board.
Okay. Looking to trap the queen. Jeez, folks.
At first, I was like, okay,
not the scary.
A6, all right. Oof. And Queen A3 like knight B4 or
yeah.
just trading.
I mean, even just trading is pretty good.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't expect trading.
You need a move for white.
I think Botez is feeling pretty aggressive here. That's my read on his time usage, body language, the way he walks around off screen. Everything is telling me.
Yeah, and chat saying computer says Matt didn't play the best move, but I think for us, we're thinking this position is like just nice for like there's lots of moves.
Also, the computer's probably going to say that on 8 or 9 out of 10 moves he plays, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It looks like Black has a lot of good choices.
Somehow slightly better.
And yeah, optically, it's still very unpleasant for white. Our pieces, guys, our pieces are on the back rank.
Yeah.
Our king is uncastled. This e-pawn one day is going to be weak. Black is still just very much in control.
Yeah, so much room. I guess Black picked a good moment to play that d4 move. That was a very important choice. I wasn't convinced if white took twice, you know, I wasn't yet convinced.
No, that d4 was, I mean, no, I think actually Andre's opponent playing very, very well today.
Yeah. And playing very confidently, right? This whole bishop d6 line, like whatever, take the bishop pair, knight e4 with f5 and g5.
Yeah.
A good play. So we expect Piotr to put the knight on d4. Do you know where Alexandra is putting her queen?
Oh, this knight, sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, f4, I mean, knight d4 looks like a reasonable move.
Ooh, f6 was the choice.
F6.
Holy committal move.
Okay. So why didn't you like knight d4?
Big weakness.
Okay, here's another question for you, David.
Yeah.
Knight d4.
Yeah.
You don't know where white's putting the queen.
Right.
So are you gonna like calculate every single move and come up with a response? Okay, good. So this one you play, you let white think.
Oh yeah, I play lots of moves like knight d4 instantly and then see where they go.
Okay,
So I'm like,
gotcha.
I need to go to the square, you know, like tell me what you're gonna do. Then I might even take a walk.
F6. Well, it's actually, I mean, it's a very thematic move, especially once the bishops come off. It's weakening in many, many positions, but it's very hard for white to actually get a knight to e6 here. I would say, for me, actually, a big drawback of f6 is that long-term, you're not always preventing e5. And then what you've done is long-term opened up your 7th rank.
Yeah.
So it might not even be useful for black here. I'm not sure.
I almost never play f6 anymore.
Really?
Yeah, it's just super weakening in so many different ways. If they play e5 and you bust everything open, your king's more open than it would be otherwise. If the game goes to an end game, your 7th rank is open. There's also h4, h5, prodding at your king position, and just every little pawn move you've made has made you more sensitive and tender to that. Like if white goes h4, sometimes you might want to play h5. If your pawn were on f7, right? You go h5, knight f6, hold the king side. But here, if you go h4, h5, white plays f5, and you know, you just like you crack apart. So yeah.
Let's see, we got to move.
Sorry, you have to click remind me later on that thing.
Queen
And
A3.
Queen A3, yeah.
Okay, anticipating
B5.
B5.
You know.
And okay, interesting kind of stylistic question for black, whether you go for the end game, which looks nice, or the middle game, which also looks nice.
Yeah. I know that earlier I said that he was kind of on the warpath and wouldn't want the end game, but looking at it objectively, it feels like trading queens is really good right now with the idea of trying to put a rook on c3 while white's pieces are discoordinated. Like, to some extent, white's queen is their piece that's holding the position together the most. You trade it off and go to the open file. There's a fully mutually open file that you can go to and white's rooks are disconnected.
Yeah, it's like rook c1, knight d4, knight e4.
Pretty hard to pass this up.
It looks like a great endgame. Yeah, I mean, if black gets the rook to c3, black is going to win both these a pawns.
Yeah.
Two connected. Like, you don't even care about the d pawn anymore. It's just like
a2's already hanging, by the way. Bishop b3, there's rook c1 with mate in 3 or something. So it's like it's getting pretty dramatic here. I don't know if white's got some miracle flight square. Like, I feel weird saying there's a checkmate, but
no, that's mate.
Okay.
That's mate. So trading looks pretty good. Of course, there's always a psychological thing where, like, you play d4 sacking the pawn, d3 sacking the pawn.
Yeah.
Do you really want to go for the end game?
Yeah. I mean, you can see, like, my instinct would be not to trade queens.
Yeah.
Because my first thought was like, never. But now, with a little more reflection, a little more open mind, responsibility to explain things to chat, I'm like, actually taking looks pretty good.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's like, yeah, first thought, okay, queen g5 activate, but no, endgame. And yeah, white cannot defend all their pawns. Pawns are gonna hang.
I mean, you'd think a move like queen f6 could be pretty good as well. Idea just, controlling dark squares, keeping pieces on the board. Maybe that b5, b4 to win the b pawn.
Queen f6 looks pretty good.
Pretty good as well.
Okay, well, nice choice here for black.
Yeah. And we're just gonna wait for black to make some kind of mistake, right? To use up too much time, lose their confidence, something like that. I mean, the good news for Andrea is that the time difference has kind of stabilized, right? Like, Mateusz has started having to really use time. He's not certain how to prosecute the game.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's like all in black. How does black want to continue the advantage, try to press? White has some very clear goals of just like castling, just getting the rooks out. So as white, it's like you have you're not trying to prove anything in the position. So you're just trying to hold on. But black, like, you have options. You have to think how to continue. Alex, by the way, also thinking here after f6. And she's kind of in control on this one.
Yeah. But I'm curious. I imagine you're pretty good at such positions with white. I'm curious to compare your thoughts or instincts on how to play this position.
Yeah, I actually had a game in Spain a couple months ago. That was pretty similar. It was like a Benko gambit structure, and my opponent had played like f6. I had e4, f4. And actually what happened in that game was what we were talking about, where like once I did get e5 in, it was like so much stronger. Because I was also threatening like e6, like kick this knight like back to f8. I think that's what it
that was one of your themes.
ended up happening. Yeah. And
I've seen the final combination of that game, right? You put it in.
Yeah. Like,
so I know
for the chat, I like sacked a knight in that game on g5, and it was like, actually I thought it was a very creative sack because it didn't look like you get an attack at all, but black's knight is just stuck on f8. Anyway, we have moves. Queen f6 and castles.
Queen f6.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone who read Mateusz as being pretty aggressive today, we were right.
Yeah, keeps the queens on. Which is, I'm optimistic about this, actually. Because the endgame looked depressing.
Yeah.
This looks like black still has to prove something. And rook d8, I didn't know how we were going to deal with this b5 move, but rook d8 played.
Yeah. I think what's happened is the difficulty level for black here is actually going to be a little bit higher than the queen a3,
Gotta be
end
precise here.
game where you just put a rook on the c file.
Perfect. Oh, I realized, yeah, we had no stake in this, but chat had massive bets on where Andrea was going to castle.
Oh, right. So somebody just got a million.
Yeah, millions of Twitch points on the line right there. So kingside castling, folks win.
4 moves behind on Alex's board.
Oh, wait, maybe we can check that because on Lichess we're only seeing f6 as the last move played. But maybe it's not up.
Do you want to click over there and try and press forward and see if there's any moves? No.
Oh wait, we did miss a couple moves. Excuse me. All right, g3 played. Sorry guys, it didn't show up for us. Knight d4, queen g2.
So you can't predict that square.
Yeah. And if there are more moves, we don't see them yet.
Yeah.
Check the board.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks, No Man's Land.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen g2. To me, g3 is really weird. If she wanted to go to h3, I mean, I don't know, play queen d3 to h3 or something like that. Looks logical.
G3.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like g3. I think it's kind of unnecessarily weakening. And there was, different ways of getting the queen in. You're also blocking, I don't know, your rook if you ever want to lift.
Yeah,
So
that move I don't get.
Queen g2. But black here is, okay, definitely getting into time trouble now. He's 19 minutes, just under 20 minutes. There are move 27, so 13 moves to go on Alex's board. And Andrea, she's down to 22 minutes after rook f d8.
Similar situation. Some time pressure.
21 moves to go. Move 20 for Andrea.
Time pressure, one of my least favorite things about chess.
Yeah.
One of the most unpleasant, stressful elements of the whole game.
Very unpleasant. Also leads to a lot of nerves. I think my least favorite thing about chess is the nerves. You get all nervous, and like the game's gonna get decided.
Yeah.
Especially in time pressure, of course.
I almost only feel the nerves though in time pressure, I think.
Yeah, definitely more. And then even if you're not nervous, but your opponent is nervous, then that transfers over you, and then you get nervous because they're all twitchy and stuff, and you're like, oh, and could go very hard.
Oh, Andrea has songs?
Andrea is a DJ.
Oh.
I think she released her first or second. I know she has one song. Chad, you might have to tell me this, called Queen's Gambit, I think.
Okay.
Rook C1.
Live show in Berlin. Whoa. That's awesome. I love music.
Yeah. Queen's Gambit and Dune remix. Okay, thank you. Rook C1 definitely
super
most natural move I was looking at. Because you try to get Queen C3 in. At least you get this endgame without the super weak pawns.
Yeah.
Of course, this guy's still hanging, so I don't know if Queen C3 can happen yet, but Rook C3.
Yeah.
You also stop B5 for the moment.
Yeah, that's important.
So, okay, good move. Mateo's thinking maybe Rook C8 now. For black would be obvious.
They were moderately close to playing each other this round. Like they're each playing somebody close in rating to each other. They're in the same score group.
That's true.
So it could definitely happen.
Yeah.
The more they both win, they have to keep the same score to play each other. But the more they win, the more likely it'll be because they'll be in a smaller group of players than if they lose. Okay, there's definitely some hope for Andrea here for sure. I think Queen A3 would have been actually much less hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that endgame looked
endgame was
painful.
the way to
Now
go
it's like
for
not
Black.
really clear what Black should do. He doesn't have tons of time either. Apparently he's got a cool shirt.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really help you much once you're playing a game.
Doesn't help you too much.
No.
What's the idea of Queen G2? Yeah, we were thinking she wants to go over to H3 at some point. You do have to be very careful now because the knight f3 check, but the queen could be useful kind of on this diagonal, maybe targeting the king. Also, actually, maybe she's defending this one.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe she was worried about the D5 pawn and came up with this as a way to cover it.
Okay, fair enough. That explains G3.
But I'm really
actually I don't mind it that much because
really
at least you have you got a very clear idea now of E5. And Rook F8 from Black. So Piotr, he's assuming the position. Which I love to see because we haven't played E5 yet. So okay, he
sees what's coming.
Intentionally stopping it. He's got takes and knight f3 check. Everything falls.
Yeah. Aye.
Maybe we're gonna see King H1 here. That's kind of the quick move.
Yeah, another reasonable move is just knight C3, bringing that knight back from A4.
For sure.
Normal move. And one of the reasons why I'm, very unconvinced by Queen G2 to defend the D pawn as being like the logic for Queen G2. I would have preferred like Queen D3 if I need to defend that pawn, and then when Knight D4 cuts me off, Knight C3. So, aye. Queen H6, huge move from Mateusz, attacking two hanging pieces, Kostya. Had you seen this, and did you have a plan for Andrea here?
Sorry, two hanging pieces?
Yeah, the knight and the rook.
I didn't see this move coming.
They're unfortunately on a diagonal.
I feel like we've got some options here. Okay. Well, I don't like knight b3, but I just wanted to point out the knight b3 doesn't lose material. So takes, bishop takes. So I felt very clever about that. But I don't know about knight b3 because it allows d2. That doesn't seem fun. But maybe f4?
Feeling clever as a start. Okay, f4 is just another alternative that doesn't lose any pieces.
Okay, king h1 played.
You felt that one coming.
Well, I've understood Alex. Actually, we got a similar style with the time management. We're like, okay, king h1 looks good. Let's play.
Yeah.
All right, Black's move.
I think also she's not too pumped about trying to slam through e5 or anything. I think she likes to just make like decent moves and let her opponent's time run down and sort of just sit there at the chessboard.
Well, yeah, I mean, Piotr is down to 15 minutes. So, and king h1, very unforcing. And I mean, it implies e5 because you got out of this knight f3 check. Knight f3 still move, but at least now maybe like next move is rook e3, and then bring the other rook in. And Andrea played f4, good. Love how quickly that happens.
Yeah. Another good thing is like if I've diagnosed her right or profiled her right, like I think she's pretty good when the opponent plays aggressively. So
counterpuncher.
Her opponent going d4, d3, avoiding the end game, queen f6, h6. Like I think she's generally pretty good at handling this stuff. I think there's more and more pressure on Black here. Actually, I think. Now White actually has a nice pawn duo.
Oh, absolutely. Here is Black. The only thing I'm thinking about is that endgame I didn't take. I was like, why? This is so nice. Rook c8. That's like all I'm thinking about here. I'm like, because I feel like Black had ideas of like knight e5, like knight g4, playing for mate, this kind of thing. But f4, like White gets the pawns up.
Yeah. And
majority is now working for White. So definitely in Andrea's trend here. Go Andrea.
Is there any? Maybe Black should be looking at knight d4. The thing is, like when when you get a negative trend, sometimes you stop looking at the most aggressive moves.
Yeah.
But maybe he needs to just go for knight d4, knight e2, and you know, shake the position and see what comes out.
So knight d4.
So one branch is queen d3. We have to sort of be prepared for.
Yeah.
And I think knight b3 defended by the bishop.
Oh,
Probably
that is a winner.
probably works.
Yeah. So knight d4.
Yeah.
Definitely very reasonable. This check. Check is annoying. I think if black gets 92 in, that's pretty strong. Maybe like rook f2.
So candidate moves rook f2, king f2, knight f3.
Yeah. And queen b4 on this
Queen
board.
b4 on the other board.
Come back to this one. Yeah, multiple moves here for white. King f2, I'm like, we just did this. I was like,
I know.
my king was safe.
But before we had the pawn on f2, we had to castle to connect our rooks. Now,
yeah,
the rooks are connected. We've got some more room.
But what's the benefit of this one over rook move?
Oh, so the g pawn's not hanging.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and also in some case you go rook h1 suddenly, right?
Yeah.
Like imagine we go, you know, e5, rook h1.
Yeah.
Bishop comes out somewhere. But okay, knight f3 to me is the most obvious of the moves.
Okay.
It's coordinating everybody and it's challenging the knight. If we trade on d4, then there's no longer this e2 stuff to worry about. The knight also gets close to e5 and g5, which could be cool squares. And
Let's look at that. So knight f3, and let's say knight e2 check.
It's just ask black, do you really have knight e2? Okay,
E1.
take rook e1. We're pretty well poised to encircle the pawn with knight f3 played. Also, my knight was going to be hanging in a lot of cases.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I just paid the tempo off in advance.
This makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
The other thing I actively allow black is knight f3, bishop f3, d2. But I feel like I'm pretty solid there, right? Because all my stuff is coordinated now.
Yeah, and the queen on h6 is terrible.
Right. She comes back to f6, like, oh, I shouldn't have gone to h6, and we go e5, right?
Yeah.
And
it's too late.
Yeah.
Too late.
Too late for regrets.
Yeah. And
Yeah, we got queen e3, rook f2.
Pawn. Yeah.
Or we grab b7 if we really want to diss black. Yeah, against queen g6, hitting g3, maybe that's reason enough to take that pawn. So
interesting. Well, knight d4 not played yet. It's just one of the moves we're looking at for black here.
Yeah. Knight f3 may deal with it. So what else is black wanting to do now, right? I mean, queen g6. Kind of fishing around in really dubious one move threat waters.
And maybe not even good, like because of
Yeah, I was thinking f5. We have queen g5.
Right.
We're just messing around, but yeah.
Now, what do you think white's next move here is? Let's say like rook e c8.
Black does a random move. I think it's kind of between bishop b3, bishop f3, knight f3, those kind of moves. I guess maybe that's too many.
Should b3, knight f3, yeah. No, that makes sense. I see a move from Alex. I believe it was a rook move. I think she went rook c1. Dealing with the rook a4 threat.
Rook
d1. Rook d1. Wait. Maybe Lee Chess got it wrong. Because this really allows...
really looked like rook d1.
On the board, it looked like rook c1.
And this allows rook a4, b8, queen c4.
Obvious tactic rook a4 was rook c1 stops that. I'm gonna guess that the Lee Chess board is wrong, but I can't make it out.
But once it's wrong, we may have to guess all the moves from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, what would I be able to guess? Is the rook on d1?
It's my horror.
I'd be so shocked if she blundered rook a4. It does look like d1 from the camera, though.
Really?
At least to me. I mean, I don't have like a super clear picture. Yeah, we don't have like a super clear view of the camera.
We can't zoom
So
in.
it is on D1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like, how do you allow this? Dang.
Had Black just moved the queen into B4 as his previous move?
Yeah, this was the last
Sort of
move.
introducing Rook A4.
It's not like the first time Rook A4 was an idea. I mean, we had
Yeah.
we know she saw it earlier because she didn't play this like Bishop C3 move. Well, maybe
Right.
not. Maybe she didn't play photos.
Why Heather asking what a blunder is. So basically a blunder is an egregious mistake. And everyone gets to decide for themselves kind of what's egregious, right? So a blunder for a beginner or for a seasoned grandmaster is going to be different, right? Sometimes a grandmaster will play a move that allows the opponent to slightly improve their position, and the grandmaster will call it a blunder.
Right.
We've got Rook takes A4.
No, this is a
Played, but
blunder
he just blundered it?
in the classic sense. Yeah, I mean Rook A4 and that's it. Yeah, I think she just missed it. I don't.
So basically, what mistake is a blunder? It kind of depends on your level and your own attitude and expectations for yourself and other people's expectations for you, right? Like in this case, this is a kind of mistake that we would think Alexandra would make rarely. So
No, extremely rarely.
So we would
Yeah.
consider it a blunder because we wouldn't expect her to make it very often in this position, you know.
No, I would say huge blunder for someone of Alex's level. Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
She must have just completely forgot about Rook A because it's not like something you miscalculate. It's just you just don't see the idea and then that's it.
Yeah. As opposed to a lapse of judgment, it's more like a lapse of attention.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you forget something for a moment. And in general, also for a blunder, it's always going to be something which once somebody points it out to you, you think like, oh my God, like I know that, or I should see that. It's not like, oh, I've never heard of that, or I've never seen that pattern before. Then it wouldn't be a blunder, right? It would be sort of like a
learning
something new. Yeah,
lesson.
A learning thing. Like, oh, we all have to lose like that sometimes. But yeah, when you blunder, when you lose the same way multiple times, then at some point you start calling it a blunder because you're like, I should know. I should know this.
Oh, Queen F6 back.
Queen F6 back.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of time used. His time advantage is about 12, 13 minutes now.
Dwindling. And Rook B1 from Alex. So she, okay, continues to play quick. Now, well, I think it's mainly on the clock with Piotr. This position is really nice. The two knights are definitely going to be stronger than the rook in the middle game, especially this knight on D4.
The one on D4 is good. In an endgame, the knights are going to suck against the A-pawn, we can say, right? Like an outside passed A-pawn is a real problem for knights. So if you took the queens off the board, you might say the position's still kind of a mess. Like there's an A-pawn, there's Rook B7. The general approach for black is actually to try and attack with the knights in the middle game.
Yeah. So there, I think she has some hope, especially if we got the end game.
This pawn just got munched. Oh, a reasonable move, defending the knight on D7, cutting out one of those A pawns.
Imagine losing to opponent 200 points lower. I don't have to imagine. I'm quite experienced.
Yeah. Yep.
And Queen C3 from Andrea. Interesting, actually, because okay, you could also have gone E5 there. But she's like, you know what? He didn't take the earlier endgame, so let me offer the endgame again.
Yeah.
Take this endgame, buddy.
Just keep pushing. Yeah, I think overall, you know, it's probably clear that there's a favorable trend for Andrea in that game, and she and Mateusz are both going to be feeling that. We see her kind of speeding up a bit, and him starting to hesitate more.
Yeah, big time. He's not happy with what they've done. Oh yeah, folks, I realize the clocks are off. Let me update everyone. So according to Lichess could also be wrong. I mean, DGT boards are notoriously unreliable for clock times and stuff. On our end, it says Andrea still has 20 minutes, so not the 9 minutes you guys are seeing.
And her opponent 33.
33. Yes.
And on the other board, Alexandra has 51 and Piotr has 12 minutes.
It's not a lot of time.
That's what we see.
Oh man, tough position for Alex. Oh man. Yeah, it is depressing.
No, they're not really at move 40 yet. Andrea and Mateus at move 22.
Alex 32. Yeah. So what's the plan now for Alex?
Rook b7, I suppose, to keep black, stay active and keep black tied up a little bit.
Basically try to make it hard for black to improve their knights, the rook, queen. And as white, I would be trying to trade queens, but at this point, the end game is also looking quite bad.
Yeah, not great.
Queen d4 check. Okay. And queen takes. Andreas snaps this one off.
Congratulations,
give me
buddy.
that endgame.
You played a fancy move.
Knight takes d4.
Yeah. King's got a nice home on e3.
Yeah.
Knights are also great blockaders.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely, yeah, much better endgame for Andrea than earlier.
We might have to consider our a-pawn.
Yeah, a-pawn definitely under attack.
If I play king f2,
and
black takes on a2,
Fischer style,
and we go b3, how does that look?
Looks tactical.
Yep.
Looks tactical. Oh, let me explain. Good question in the chat. Why is Alex -2? It's like an engine eval -2, and she's only down 1 point of material. The reason is the engine gives its eval not based on like the pieces on the board or even like the current position. The engine is doing is it's calculating like millions and millions of moves, 15 moves ahead, and just a ton of different directions. It figures out what's best play for both sides, and then it returns that eval. So the engine is seeing like 15 moves ahead, 20 moves ahead. It's seeing that black is going to be up at least 2 points. It used to mean 2 pawns. Now it's a little different. Engines are so strong now for them. Like a good position is like +2. So if both sides play perfectly, then according to the engine, that position, that future position, -2 for black.
Yeah.
Will both sides play perfectly? Probably not. But from human point of view, it's not great. The two knights are strong. Engine sees like a million moves ahead. Humans, we see 2 knights against the rook. We see the knight is pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, very, very big advantage for black.
Yeah.
Wait, let me get, so wait, king f2, sorry, not played yet. So knight d4.
Yeah.
And,
well, that was just me asking if the a-pawn is actually threatened.
Right. And yeah, I didn't actually see a way for black to
save it, right?
After, yeah, bishop a2, b3.
So maybe white can just go king f2.
Yeah.
Ignore the pawn.
Oh, move made. I think it would look active. I'm gonna guess rook c7.
Wow. Really a frisky move. Oh my goodness.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
you're right. I don't like that move. I don't think her position's that good just yet. To send the rook off on a mission.
It does feel like, yeah, she's playing with her pretty pieces, basically.
Pretty piece.
Pretty piece.
Only
Yeah.
have one. And I would like to have, 3 out of 4 pretty pieces.
Right.
Possible. Actually, the king counts now, right? 4 out of 5.
But not yet.
I want that king on.
Oh, it does count. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But it's not pretty yet.
Like for deciding if I'm ready to fight,
Right.
Now wanting my king in the game too. Yeah, rook c7. I mean, the big question is, can black just go rook c8 and say, have the pawn, here come my dudes?
Come down here.
Mm-hmm.
Or even wait, 92 check also. Okay, 92 here you're gonna have to ignore.
We can't even take it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, attacking this guy. I think I'm okay with rook c7. I'm not sure it would have been my choice, but I'm definitely at least okay with it.
Actually, bishop a2 looks good to me now that I think about it.
Oh,
it makes a lot of sense to me now. Yeah, because this aggressive move making the game more tactical, but spending time on the pretty piece and not fixing the other pieces. I feel like now let's get into a fight as black, right?
Yeah. But okay, I don't think white goes b3 here. Let's say white takes.
Yeah. Now I go rook b8, and you see why I took on a2, right? I've sort of made room for stuff to happen.
All right. And then, yeah, again, I don't like this for white. And d pawn is going to be strong.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Suddenly you're unhappy, but if you play b3 because the rook's on c7 instead of c1, you're not threatening rook a1 trapping it. I've got time to play rook c8 myself, or a5, or b5 even, play super aggressively, b5, a5, like,
yeah,
come with all that stuff. You can't even go back to c1 where you came from to trap the bishop because of the knight e2 check tactic. You can't backtrack. Bishop a2 is really good.
Yeah. And I think her intention is going to be to take on b7. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Victor Korchnoi would say, though, about bishop a2?
It's a good move?
No, he would say it's too good a move for you. You can't play it. You're not allowed to play this in analysis. You wouldn't have seen it in a game.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. He was in a postmortem once with somebody and said that, like, he thought he had the advantage and they found a move that, like, turned it around and proved they had a good position. It's like, oh, yeah, but you're not allowed to play that move.
That's so funny. I'm going to try that in a game. You're not allowed to play this move?
That move's beyond your level.
Time control, yes. So the players get 90 minutes to make 40 moves with a 30-second increment after every move. And then after 40 moves, they get another 30 minutes.
Yeah, so if you really root for people in chess, you're setting yourself up for a life of fear, right? It's really a mix of agonizing and terrifying to watch people you care about in dangerous positions, you know, their lives on the line.
It's so hard to watch students play live game.
Yeah.
So tough.
I've started telling my students, like, I don't care how you do. Whatever. I don't care. Nobody else cares. Like, get over it. Just make some moves.
Okay, well, rook c7. Mateo's thinking.
Yeah, perhaps for those of you who cheer for sports teams, that might be a similar thing. I don't know. I don't cheer for sports teams, but that makes sense, I guess.
Sports team, to me, I understand less because you haven't spent a bunch of time, you know, personally coaching this team and like working with them, you know, talking about their emotions. You know, they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm good. You know, you're like propping them up, like working with your student.
Yeah.
Ups and downs.
It'd be weird to care about strangers as much as you care about, your own students.
Of course.
Yeah. Pain is definitely a big part of the game. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be tough to play. And I mean, in the case of Alexandra and Andrea, it's much worse than most people because there are actually people who care how they do. Like, to most people, I can be like, why are you caring about your result? Nobody's really watching you. Nobody really cares how you do. Like, you know, because people are worried about their ego. What do people think of me? I'm like, nobody's watching. Nobody cares. But for them, they know they're going out and playing in front of everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Time rules, Monkey Man, if I'm guessing the first letter of your name right. It's 40 moves in a first 90 minutes, which is an hour and a half. They've also got 30 seconds per move added, and at move 40 they get an extra half hour, and then from there on it's just 30 seconds added every time they move. 30 seconds is enough to, you know, write down your move, make your move, and maybe see a couple 1-move tactics, depending on your experience, 1 to 2 move tactics, maybe even.
Yeah. Find a quick thing.
Yeah. Or you could play a bunch of intuitive moves and add 2 or 3 minutes on your clock, and then actually think about something on it on one more important move.
Right.
But you definitely can't play at a super high level just off the 30 seconds. So you don't want to totally run out of time. This is round 7, so we've got 2 more games to go after this. And Mateusz is like really not confident time going down.
Yeah.
He's working. And actually Andrea looks... Oh, he found the move! No!
Take the pawn.
Oh, no!
Took.
Oh, no, that's...
let's see. We're going to see rook b7 here.
That's a brutal move. I mean, the people watching, they see the eval bar. They know if it's a brutal move or not. We don't actually know. I feel pretty good about that move.
It looked uncomfortable. Like I didn't see a solution. Like rook b7, rook b8.
Yeah.
And then it feels like we're losing our b pawn. So I don't.
Yeah.
Rook a7, rook b2. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe engine sees something, but I don't. Rook b7, rook b8. How would you try to hold this?
Ay. How would I hold it? I guess I would trade rooks because I have to, and then rush my king to e3 to embrace the d pawn.
Oh wait, I figured it out.
What?
Take b3.
What? Oh, you can trade your bishop and then go rook b1?
Bishop, rook b1.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, a5 first.
Oh. And I don't know, knight c4?
But you're right, you forestalled it a little bit, right?
I didn't lose the pawn.
Like they play a5, you go king f2, they take, maybe you make a trade, maybe you go king e3. It's a better version of king f2 to e3.
Yeah.
So this move definitely slows things down. Good catch, Ghostia.
Thank you.
But my general take is like, accept that you're probably about to be down a pawn and do the same thing you should have done before you went on your rook c7 adventure. Get your king close to that d pawn.
Right.
It's like I think it was Nimzovich who had the quote about the passed pawn being a criminal to keep under lock and key.
Of course.
Well, the king is the jailer, right? He's the guy who's got to get up there and bring a key.
Definitely. That's one of the most, I think, famous metaphors from my system.
Yeah.
Okay, rook b7 not on the board yet.
Kostia and I are from California.
True.
Yeah. And we traveled all the way to France to be a little closer to Poland while commentating. Yeah. We're like, yeah, Germany might be too close, but you can't comment on a tournament in Poland from California. So.
Exactly. Let's see.
Chat's suggesting b3 for white right away here for Andrea. I don't particularly like that. And Alexander's having a really deep think.
She's thinking a lot after queen.
After queen a4, right?
Or
are there moves that we don't have?
Let me check. It doesn't look so. It looks like her clock has just been ticking. But I think she is. I think she's just thinking. Because position's not good. Opponent doesn't have a lot of time. So this is where you want to try to think deep and come up with something. b3 played by Andrea. Okay.
I'm worried. I'm worried about that as well. If your daughter is 5, she doesn't really need a chess master yet. What she needs is a chess club where she can play with other little girls and boys.
Yeah, I think lots of kids learn at the club. So based on where you live, not just in California. If you find a nice chess club, kids class, especially like, okay, if they're a beginner's class, I think is the way to go. Start them off slow.
Yeah.
Okay, so we didn't like b3. Because basically it's very hard to actually win the bishop. And black is, well, not necessarily giving up the b pawn anymore.
Right. So many good options for black. b5. Maybe rook c8, although I'm not 100% sure what we do after rook b7.
I like this move to start. But then how does this work with, like, let's say rook c1? 92.
92. Yeah, that's what I said. Can't go back.
Wait, but oh, the king went to f2. Right. Oh my god. You're like Smyslov, where it's like you figured out the move after 2 seconds, and then 30 minutes later of analysis, everyone else figures out, oh, you have to go king f2. Because here it takes b3.
Yeah.
There's no 92 check.
Right.
And it's like such a huge difference.
And even if things go wrong, our king can embrace the pawn and like much less likely to lose.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the board. So we had rook c7, take b3. Now Mateos is thinking he definitely, I mean, he should have had this one in mind. Whenever you take this a pawn,
You have to, you have to look at b3 before you take on a2.
Right.
100%. The most famous thrown game in all of chess history. You know, bishop takes h2 by Bobby Fischer, allowing g3, trapping his piece. So this idea of a bishop getting trapped like that is really super famous. In general, like almost any player over 2000 is going to know about that game. It's not
well known.
Yeah, it's not well known.
Oh, do we know the Smyslov nickname? Maybe if you wrote it, I might recognize it, but off the top of my head, I don't.
My sensei, Jesse's teacher.
Yeah, Jesse calls Smyslov his sensei.
Mr. Harmony.
Yeah, I don't know. Think your teacher? Let us know. Oh, the hand. Yes, I have heard that.
Oh, I guess because his hand knew what the right move was.
Yeah.
Because he played so much hand and brain, and he was really better as the hand.
It was always the hand and brain.
Refused to play as the brain. Really frustrated Botvinnik.
The hound. No, it's funny. Okay, let's see. Clock times. Alex, 33 minutes against 12. Andreev, 16 minutes against 22.
Yeah. Currently, we both teach chess via another Twitch channel, like the one you're on right now. Ours is called Chess Dojo, and that's where we teach. Yeah. So you don't need to go to California. B3. Well, I mean, the move difficulty is high in this Andrea game for both players. It's at a really complicated part.
Yeah, and he spent some time. So he wasn't clear what he was going to do on B3, or maybe didn't think it was that good.
Yeah. But again, I would say, I mean, obviously he's not a professional, but I would say it would be unprofessional of one of us to take on A2 and then after B3 not
have something in mind. Yeah.
Not sort of follow up with what we were doing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
If it looks like B3 was terrible, you might double check because you might be surprised that your opponent played it and you're like looking, what's the resource that I missed? You know, so you have to be careful. Yeah. So folks, I wouldn't say, you know, for those of you who are all into rooting and stuff, you don't need to feel desperately bad for Andrea if the eval bar has tanked over this bishop a2 b3 thing, because basically it's just a very complicated position right now where we're in a phase where it's normal to see mistakes from both sides.
Yeah.
So, you know, don't take it as too dramatic here.
And we've already seen some mistakes from Black. Like he was playing a great game when he was attacking, and then he like avoided this endgame.
Yeah.
I think it's questionable.
Yeah.
And now maybe he's not like great at endgames. Maybe like that's why he avoided the endgame. It's like he doesn't want to go into it. I don't know. Might not be most comfortable spot for him. He did find bishop a2 though, which was I think a pretty nice move.
Yeah. Thank you.
You also found it. So now I'm kind of thinking if b5, then king f2.
Yeah. There's not much we can do, so I also feel comfortable just bringing the king towards e3. I mean, I don't know what else I can do. And it introduces, you know, rook back to c1 to a1 tactically, as well as being just a clean positional move.
Yeah, exactly. That's my idea.
You know.
What can we do about b5, a5 coming? King f2, king e3. Try to get the rook back. b5 play. Thank you.
Oof. He's playing some great moves now in this phase.
He's playing well. He's playing well. Okay, now we need king f2 quickly from Andrea here. Quickly. We need it on the board. Chess is only Lux. That's correct.
The luck of your skill and the luck of your opponent's mistakes mixed together. Multiple lucks.
Whoever's luckier on that day wins.
I guess if you drank enough tequila and Heineken, and so did your opponent, then you could feel like chess was Lux, right?
I think there's some luck. Look, okay, of course you might say like stronger player is going to win more often than not. So it's not like 50-50 chance.
I'm not going to say there's no luck.
Yeah. But like for let's say much lower rated player to beat a stronger player, I would say they need more luck than for two equal players, right? To beat each other. So sometimes you need more luck, but yeah. Is it too strong to say chess is all luck? No. The strongest players in the world are also the luckiest. That's why chess players tend to be good at poker, because they're just lucky people. So they go from one game to another. And the luck
Also, they
over.
always win at roulette. And every chess player who buys lottery tickets.
Well, maybe they haven't tried their hand yet.
No one's ever seen Alexandra think this long, but she's there. She's at the board.
She has tanked for a while here. Yeah, which is very, very good. It's easy to collapse after a blunder, especially like you lost yesterday. You're in bad mood and you blunder white. It's like lower rated opponent. It's not fun. And it's very easy to just kind of start blitzing out your moves like Nepo style. He sometimes does that, and then you just lose the game without a fight. Here she's like really thinking and tanking, and I think that's actually very hard to do. Because of course I imagine is in a bad mood, but you have to keep fighting. You gotta take your chances. And she just played some move. Looks like rook, either f1 or g1.
Interesting. There was an interesting suggestion in chat to maybe play h4 for white here, based on the idea that rook b7, rook b8, you don't have rook eb1 really because of queen d1 at the end.
Oh, it's a great lift for the king.
Yeah,
I see. F1 play. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Interesting. Rook F1.
Okay. Quiet move. Not doing anything.
Oh, yeah. So what she's trying to do is prevent rook b8. Prophylaxis, right? If rook b8, she wants to trade once and then break e5.
Oh, clever.
Yeah.
So rook b8. Say take.
Yeah.
Take. e5.
Yeah.
And then let's say take.
Take.
And then if take again.
Sure. Queen f2.
Queen f2. It could be your idea.
Yeah. It is her idea.
I mean, okay, black. I'm sure it's probably still under control, but at least it's something.
Yeah.
It gives the opponent something to think about. That's very important. It's like objectively black is winning here, but we can at least try to make it difficult for them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And she thought really deeply. Thought really deeply about what she was doing here. So she's ready. And this is a good way to put pressure on his time, right? Is to think more deeply about it. And if you play prophylactically, that's where it's actually really hard to come up with quick moves.
Absolutely.
As him, if like your most natural moves run into some kind of prevention or potential small improvement for the opponent, then you're like, oh, what am I doing?
I think this was a very good long think by Alex. At least it gives her some chances. Opponent has had time to get nervous. Oh, I'm winning on stream, lots of people watching, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Icing the kicker.
And probably didn't think too long about rook f1 either, right? Like thought about so many different possible moves. Probably, not really into rook f1 now. Suddenly he's got to work.
An f5 from Andrea.
That's a confusing move to me.
That is puzzling.
So
trying to understand it. She want f6. Seems like she does. But f6, g6. I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, I have an idea.
Where it's going.
Bishop h5.
Oh.
And then on g6, you play fg, rook f to f7 for perpetual.
Now we're talking. Okay, so let's say.
If you play rook c8, it's going to be out the window. But yeah, if you do that, I can show my idea.
Bishop h5. Okay, and Andre's idea as well. You can't take b3 because this is hanging. g6. Take, and then this one.
Yeah.
And then if black takes the bishop, we get at least a draw.
I have at least a draw. I have at least a draw here.
I always white is the one in control.
White chooses whether to take the draw.
Yeah. And how you take the draw, because you can give this check, you can also give this check, and then you don't even have to keep giving checks. You can do like this one.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I'll take the draw when I want.
Take the draw like this. King g8. Okay.
Then if the opponent like thinks you blunder and plays knight e6, you get back rank mate. Okay.
Exactly.
So that might be an idea, bishop h5. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
It's sort of an anti-positional move. And I think rook c8 is a really obvious move that kind of deals with it.
f6 play.
But okay, opponent did something else.
So I don't know if this is stopping, because he could have also played f6 on bishop h5.
Right.
So I feel like he was actually trying to stop f6. But I don't think that was necessarily such a big deal. But anyway.
Or he just didn't know what else to do. So he was like, when he plays bishop h5, I'll have to do this. So I'll just do this.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I mean, position is just desirable, right? He controls some dark squares, stops the pawn on a light square. It's not improving things for her.
Doesn't seem like an improvement for white.
Yeah.
Chess Dojo.
Oh, huge raid. Oh my God.
Thank you for the raid.
Just kidding, folks.
Who is streaming over there? Who's not? I never know who's streaming over there. Let us know in the chat. Rook a8. Okay, folks. If you just joined us, we're watching the sisters Alexandra, Andrea Botez play in Poland. This is their round 7. Yeah, and they're honestly both in a bit of a tough spot. Alex definitely is, I think, basically losing.
Mm-hmm.
Andrea worse, down a pawn.
Losing as well, technically, at this
Possibly
point,
losing,
I think.
yeah. So they're in trouble. We have not brought the luck today for the Botezes.
If it's all Lux, you'll never be asked again, Kostian. The game's all Lux.
We're still rooting for them. Alex does have big time advantage, so 27 minutes against 8 minutes for black.
Yeah. Actually, Piotr's move might be pretty clever because against the obvious rook b7 move, there's rook a7. That's an unfortunate
prodigal
thing, yeah.
Prodigal rook returns, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice move. And they're on move 33. So 7 moves to make it before the time control. Alex could try to pose a problem or two for black. That would be nice.
Yeah.
But now a2 is hinging.
Yeah, it would be nice if he had some hard moves to play before move 40, for sure.
Guessing we're gonna see like rook b2. Just trying to.
Yeah, it's possible. You can also throw in rook b7, rook a7, rook b2, just so that rook's farther from the f file, can't swing back and deal with things. Then leave black figuring out their next move. Other moves, there's queen h3. Feels sketchy because of e4. You know, maybe black can answer with some move. Well, I don't see the move actually, so
maybe queen h3.
Yeah.
Just hitting this. And yeah, can't take here.
Yeah. For anyone just joining us, I mean, the story of the game is Alexandra had a great position. Everything was going according to plan. She was putting pressure on black in a Benko where, you know, black didn't have full compensation for the pawn. And then black threatened this move, rook takes knight on a4. And she just didn't notice that was black's threat and just kept playing the moves she wanted to play.
Yeah, I think this is a case of like forgot about the move. Because I think this rook a4 is like a theme in so many different lines that she must have seen it somewhere else or looked at it, but here just also it's like like very simple puzzle rush tactic that she's seen a million times.
Yeah.
Queen f2 played.
Queen f2 played. Okay.
Let's think about queen f2. Let's get back to the live game. So rook f1, we had rook a8, and then queen f2.
Wow.
And okay.
So what's the plan against queen a2?
In queen a2, I think she wants to just trade and bring the rook to b7.
Oh.
Which, yeah.
Nice. Just break black's structure. So she's saying
And
you're not really threatening. You're not really threatening this a pawn. She just sits on it and says, you know, still the ball in your court to come up with an actual move or threat. Yeah.
Very good move, I think, for the situation.
Oh,
because it also like implies e5 too.
At some point, yeah.
Because you get the f file.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
Now black has to figure something out.
Maybe with rook b7, rook a7 on the next move, depending what black did. Maybe there you could trade rooks and just play e5s. Maybe DE and knight e5 you can't.
True.
Maybe we're still a little bit away from it. But
yeah.
We're staying ready.
We're optimistic.
Staying ready for e5 is what she's doing on that f file. Somebody in chat suggested a really interesting move for Andrea here of e5. What's her time left? She's
Andrea
got to be low because she just started thinking on this
7
move.
minutes, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And she is tanking.
At move 26 or
26, yeah. So 14 moves to go.
Quite a lot.
Rook a7 played by black. Which is fine. It stops this one.
Yeah.
But at least a pawn is still not hanging.
Right.
I was kind of expecting like king f7 maybe to try to approach this endgame. But
yeah. That would have been a pretty good move.
Okay. Now we need like a really good move here for white. We just got like a really good move.
I ordered one really good move. Kostya, look, this E5 move is pretty
Oh, there we go.
interesting.
There's the move
that they came up with, right? Because E5, yeah, look at it. It
take.
threatens F6. They take F6. Ooh, so you're threatening Rook G7. They can't
Not
just do
kidding.
whatever they want. They take 94, I think.
Not
the rook.
94.
And now
Pick with the
we're
horse.
doing things.
Yeah. Oh, this is the problem.
Yeah. So that was a pretty cool idea. Actually, I don't know if they were suggesting it for Alex or Andrea, but I think
Oh no, for
I think
Andrea,
it's a pretty
for
good
Andrea.
move here for
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
Pretty interesting.
No, looks very nice.
Really messy. I mean, if she could have banged that out, she could have had him under pressure, maybe.
Okay, hard move to
with
bang
it.
out.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, you could lose the game with that.
But,
So
but E5 is beautiful. 92 definitely. Is that Satan?
92 could be the move that
Broughton. Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see that the username was cut off. That's Satan 36. My apologies.
E5 for both. They're saying that would be amazing if they reached out and played E5 at the same moment.
No chance. Okay, Rook B2 played. That would be incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, Rook B2.
Just holding steady.
Holding steady. Asking Black to make another move.
Yeah.
Andrea, wow, she leaned back. She has the posture, I just want to say, of someone that's looking at something like E5.
Does she have a hood on now too? Like,
no, I think it's just her hair.
Okay. Somehow at that angle it looked like she'd like gone into a hoodie or something. Like
full calculations. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Maybe we can suggest that to her when she's ready to calculate. Like next time on a 30-minute think, put the hood on.
Yeah.
And then end it after 15 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so E5 is super interesting. What else might she be looking at? I think bishop H5 is a candidate move as well to try and bring the bishop around to D5.
Yeah, king F2.
And of course, there's, I mean, king F2 is
the classic.
The classic.
Classic king F2. Andrea has to move though under 5 minutes. Move 27 again, 14 moves to go. There is a 30-second increment, but still, time is a big issue.
Yeah.
Position is also not an issue.
Yeah, position's not totally healthy, so.
Yeah, E5 definitely. But I think, as David said, you have to find this idea of 94.
Yeah.
So Rook F6, I don't believe in. 94.
Yeah, Rook F6 is trash.
Looks super strong.
Queen C4 played by Piotr.
Okay.
Who now has more time than Andrea.
Queen C4.
Yeah.
Seems fine.
Oh, it's more than fine. That's a very strong move.
Hitting the D pawn, so now E5 is not happening.
Hitting F1, it's starting to tie white down to A2, F1, E4, D5. It's a very, very strong move, I'm afraid.
It's okay. Maybe Rook FB1 now. Just making a move, going through the motions.
No, this move hurts. There's not a lot we can do now. For those saying E5 and pray, I mean, depending on which board you're on, queen takes D5 check is going to be a brutal answer now.
Yeah.
So,
come on, Andrea. Let's push the pawn.
they don't play like crazy moves just to put on a show, right? They just play whatever they think's best, right? And let the show take care of itself.
Yeah, I think they just played their moves. Though it's very hard. Like I've been, streaming my games a bit, and it's very hard to not think about the content.
Really?
Yeah, like especially, you have let's say you can make a draw.
Yeah. And
maybe you would in a normal situation because it's equal position or whatever. But then people can't watch the game. So I don't want to make a draw. And then also sometimes it's like you have a move that you want to play. It's like a sacrifice, but you're not sure. And then if it's like winning and you don't play it, everyone's going to ask you, why don't you play the move? So you're like, well, I guess I should play. You know, I don't want to miss out on my chance.
Yeah.
But I think it's better to not think about what chat is thinking when you're playing.
Yeah.
Best to think about the board and just
Yeah.
Try to be objective.
The board is super relevant.
Okay, 2 minutes for Andrea. King F2 played. All right. Yeah, E5 was, that's a hard find, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't looking at it
And we don't know if it's best.
Chat brought it up.
We don't know if it's any better than King F2.
I'm pretty sure it's good.
You are?
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Because you assume the one person in chat who mentioned it had looked on a computer or something?
That was multiple people.
Okay.
Multiple people suggest the move.
Okay.
Also, someone was like, E5 was like the only move. So I'm like, okay, well,
Okay.
I'll believe them.
Fair enough. Rook C8 was played quickly, and she banged out Rook A7.
Okay. Rook C8, Rook A7. Not that chat is not allowed to use engines. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, totally.
To me, it felt pretty. Also, it was like a very strong.
You didn't see anything too, huh?
And I mean, after E5, like, yeah, it looks good. And
oh yeah, she could have had -0.2. Okay.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's not shocking actually. The engine, because it looked like a ton of counterplay. I actually think maybe White's chances are better there because like I didn't see how to Black should.
I thought Black could maybe respond with Rook C8
just
without taking at all. With the idea that if White trades the active Rook, then neither E6 nor EF are very impressive without a piece. But maybe, you know, Rook A7 anyway, and just leave everything still dangling. Oh no, that would walk into Knight C6. Rook A6 hitting the bishop. Okay, yeah. So yeah, maybe E5, Rook C8, Rook A7 would have been fine too.
And but now, I mean, yeah, if I was Black, I'd be thinking about like Rook C3. Maybe Rook C6. I mean, Rook C6 definitely super solid.
Yeah. And at the moment, I think King E3, Knight C2 doesn't even really help White. Like we're not really, not really threatening it big time. I mean, maybe we just bounce back and then the knight on C2 is sort of blocking Black's game and not attacking B3. Maybe we go King E3 and then just step back. Rook C2 is instantly winning. I wondered about Rook C2, but I didn't.
Oh boy,
I didn't see the variation myself. I've been thinking about Rook C2 a lot.
That's a bold move, yeah. Yeah, so like you'd have to find take and a Rook C1 and maybe
Knight B3 now.
Yeah.
And yeah, then just Rook D1 and it's locked up.
And over. Okay, we got to move Rook C3. Yeah, much more
human move.
Natural. He mouse slipped. Yeah, so this one I didn't quite see what to do for White because Black can just take the B pawn next and two pass pawns look pretty good.
So there's nothing to do here?
Well, I don't know about that, but
okay. So if we take on A6 and Black takes on B3 and we take, what if we take on A6 and then play Rook A3?
Oh.
Hello.
Hold on.
I mean, Black has enough pawns they can sack in exchange, but I mean, should also be fine for White.
Andrea. Gotta find the move. And she has no time, too.
She has no time to do anything, though.
Find the move.
What else could she do? She could play B4, I suppose. How many moves did she look at? Chat says Rook C3 big blunder is luck move or something like that.
Oh no, Bishop H5. See, I told you guys it's all
so Rook A6 was correct. Okay, so
Rook A6 was good.
So they not only see the eval bar, but some of these people know exactly what's going on.
Oh yeah. Bishop H5 play. Unfortunately, guys, Andrea Doesn't have the eval bar.
Yeah.
Nor the moves.
Yeah.
But I think this was findable. I mean, this is not like the hardest
It's
line to
final, but
see.
you just need a little bit of time and to believe your position's okay. That's like the most important part. It's like believe that there's like a chance your position's still okay.
I was thinking that because if you think you're just losing, you're like, I don't know, b4, you don't have a lot of hope.
Yeah.
Or bishop h5, like hoping for some tactics.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, if the dude blundered rook a6, rook a3, he can blunder other stuff too.
Sure. Although now rook c2 is more obvious without a white bishop there.
True. c2, king.
Maybe rook c2, king e3, and you're like, yeah, good luck.
Yeah. So yeah, 11 moves to go.
Oh, here's a funny blunder, right? Rook c2, king e3, and then knight takes b3.
Right.
Right. Trying to take out the blockader. That's logical.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Logical.
Why not?
You could do that.
Oops.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
stuff can happen. I mean, the simplest move is some version of trading on b3 and giving up the a6 pawn, but the guy's a bit of a maximalist and worrier, you know. He doesn't just try to make his life simple. That's not his approach.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so folks, yeah, I mean, rook a6 was an opportunity, but I don't think there's any obvious cruncher here for Botez. Like, he's up a pawn. He could take on b3. She takes on a6. He's still up a pawn. And the game will go on. You know, it's a pawn down endgame. It's not the end of the world. Alexandra, on the other hand, is having a hard time finding any way to move now that she has so many things hanging.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a problem for Alex.
Becomes such a difficult position to even just find waiting moves in.
Rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
Taking something that was dangling and defending something else that was dangling.
Right, exactly.
Good
move.
enough.
Yeah.
Good enough. Yeah.
Good move.
Good enough.
Okay, I think Mateus played something. He went knight takes b3?
What's wrong with that? It's only a real blunder if he's first played rook c2.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah. Here it's just a move.
Here it's fine.
Here's
yeah.
just a move.
Everything's defended.
But
check.
I think maybe she should trade the bishop for the knight, keep the blockading knight, take the a pawn.
Yes. Or are there... This is hanging. I was hoping for like another move.
Well, the bishop on a2 is hanging too. You could play something funky like bishop d5 or something, but I think you're getting too dreamy there.
I think take on a6.
Oh, here's a dreamy move for you, Kostya. Rook h1, knight d2, rook h7. You want something insane.
But it doesn't work.
I know it doesn't work.
Well, I thought it at least worked in the principled line, you know, like here, here,
yeah,
here,
yeah,
here.
Yeah.
I thought it would at least work here. And then black would have to find some.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
F5 from Piotr. So he's that looks good. He's starting to open things up.
Yeah, interesting that he's going for it like 2 or 3 moves before time control instead of trying to play 1 or 2 more calm moves.
Rook a6 played,
but I mean his.
Oh, but this.
Wait, she must have taken something first. No, she left the bishop hanging.
Oh no, she took first. Yeah. Sorry, because this one was also hanging, but there's knight d2.
Right. She took by bishop.
Takes rook a6.
That's my instinct.
Yeah. I think that's.
So, I mean, I'm not the real hand, but that's my. That was my first instinct for this.
E5 here. Queen d5.
Yeah. The problem is like Piotr, with in this game, black against Alexandra. She has thought so long on her last 2 or 3 moves that his time trouble was maybe not so much of a factor because he was able to
Just kind of figure out what to
figure
do.
out, you know, am I going for F5 here? If she
Yeah.
does, nothing that stops it, and kind of get kind of confident. So yeah, so folks, Alexandra's position, I guess you know better than us because you're looking at the eval bar and all that. But if I didn't hear what you guys are saying, my assessment would be that her chances were close to 50-50 between a draw and a loss here because
Sorry,
she's
Andrea
got,
or
Andrea, yeah.
Andrea, yeah.
Because now she's got that pawn blockaded. The bishop doesn't have any immediate stuff to do. You know, king's going to sit well on e3, rook on a6 is well placed. So I think she's given herself like really decent practical chances here. Apparently objective chances as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, knight's a good blockader. King comes in.
Yeah.
Rook will get behind this one.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, definitely not easy for black to.
Yeah. Whoa, there's action over there.
Wait, so
Queen G2, what did black play?
Play knight F6. Okay.
Oh, because if he traded queens and took on F5, his knight would defend E7? Huh?
What I thought, just
G4?
take knight F5. Oh, G4. Okay, I guess he didn't like. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. You don't want to give the pawn.
Yeah, okay.
So he went knight F6.
It was knight F6. She gets a pawn off the board there. But it doesn't matter too much. He's got what he needs in the middle there.
Pawns are very strong. Yeah.
Wow. So you made a very, very good decision there, I think.
He's playing well.
Aye.
Yeah.
That's brutal. It's brutal when your opponent plays a bunch of good moves, folks.
Yeah, not fun.
Tell you. It really hurts. Often I start the game wanting my opponents to play well. I'm like, let's have a great game. Like, I hope this guy plays well. Then you get in some position where you're like almost alive, but they keep the initiative and they never let you become alive.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait, this is annoying. Like, couldn't you play an okay move for one move? Not like a blunder, not something bad, just one second or third best move.
Yeah, can you play your rating, please? You're not playing like a proper 1800.
It's like, I want you to play well, but sometimes I just need one little breath of air.
Yeah, just like, give me a break. Gosh, every move has to be a banger? Come on. No, some folks are just relentless, especially grandmasters. They're the worst at this.
Nobody likes them.
Just constantly looking for them.
Nobody likes you, grandmasters. Just so, in case you had any doubts.
Think a little longer and come up with some more good moves. GMs.
Yeah. But yeah, that's brutal. Piotr's playing very well his last couple moves here.
Yeah.
And how much time does Andrea have? Like, her position's gotten better, but what? She's got a
90
minute?
seconds.
90 seconds for 8
moves.
moves? Ay.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes time pressure can put pressure on the opponents. He's like, okay, just blunder already. Let me just make a move. You know, you're not like always thinking super, super deep. As you're trying to hope your opponent to mess up. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he deals with it. And also, like, yeah, we were saying, so even though black's up a pawn, it's like it's not that winning for black. In fact, we're thinking it's kind of drawish even. And so the longer he thinks, like, look, he might think he's completely winning, like up a pawn, D pawn, so strong.
Yeah, sometimes you get frustrated not finding a win that you think is there.
Yeah.
The reason you don't find it is because it's not actually there anymore.
Right. You're like spending all this time, like, where's the win?
Yeah.
Where's the win? And then you might end up doing something fancy. Which is definitely what we're hoping for on both boards. We want black to play some fancy chess. And that is what gives white some chances here.
Yeah. I like how intense Andrea is at the board.
But yeah, she's a fighter.
Yeah. She looks like she's doing chess boxing like every game.
Every game's like
in there in the clinch. Okay, he's made some kind of a move.
So What did he play? I think rook b8.
Ooh, it's a reasonable move.
Yeah, definitely.
Totally reasonable move. Although, you know, if you get behind one, you're not behind the other, right? So,
yeah.
King e3.
King e3. Andrea. It's down to a minute, so she has to move fast.
You know, if you want something spicy, I mean, once she's played King e3, this e5 theme will be on the board again.
True.
And if she considered it before and just didn't have enough time to make it work, then, you know, it'll be something that'll be available to her as a tool.
Right.
Rook a7 is playable as well, but I'm really on the king train.
Yeah, King e3 played.
All right.
Nice. Let's go march that king. Bishop c2.
Bishop c2. Okay.
Okay.
So black was worried that white was going to maybe do something like king d4, hit the rook, and the bishop was going to be dangling. So they wanted to fix the bishop.
Yeah.
But this bishop placement, it's great for queening the b pawn, but there's nobody home. Like, I bet e5 works now. I do.
e5.
Yeah, that's what I said.
e5. Okay.
Once the king's off f2, right?
Go Andrea e5. No, she looks like king d4. But e5 is so nice. You get the knight in.
I'm trying to get to that b pawn, yeah. But I mean, I don't need to see the eval bar yo-yo to know that e5 is the right move here when that bishop commits like that. Oh, chat's asking, didn't she have rook a3? Hang on, go back a move or two, Kostya. Did she have rook a3 winning the game?
She didn't. The knight was
rook
also
c2,
hanging. Yeah. Yeah.
Until the king came out, it wasn't really threatened.
Right. So here could have played it, but then
right. Rook c2. Yeah. I mean, looks like enough to draw if you just trade.
To take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just rook endgame, I wouldn't. But yeah, white's king is closer, right? So you're just kind of maybe enough to draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you go king f3, Kostya, would be the right technique. Not giving the g pawns, weirdly, even though they're trash pawns. You go king f3, and then your idea is to play rook fb1, pick up the b pawn, and then go behind the d pawn. And like black's not really.
Yeah. I think
not really doing anything.
Yeah, that might have been a clear draw.
Yeah, I think that's a clear draw, but I don't think she needed to do that. King e3 is fine.
I like you don't want to give the knight.
I want to win. This is my
chance.
This is my disease.
Rook c7 or rook a1 quickly. I mean, she's playing with an extra piece.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah, but she needs her majority to do something. She's got to play e5 or g5. The pieces can't quite win the game.
Right.
Hey, that pawn got off a2.
Yeah, so on Alex's board, we had
a4.
Because she's using the e pawn.
Bravo.
I mean, feel like black could definitely consider taking, but I like what he did, trading and then going knight d5, because the a pawn is still very weak.
Yeah.
And as the winning side, you want to keep more pawns on the board.
Sure. No, I agree with playing this way, but I think she did a good job of making it just a little bit harder.
At least we have an endgame now. And this is where we were saying white can fight against the knights.
Yeah. But that was when white had pawns on e4 and d5.
Yeah. And that was before black had like two connected passers.
Yeah.
That are very strong.
Yeah.
So it's losing. It's losing. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what Pyotr's technique is like. He is 1800. So at some point, he needs to start making some 1800 level moves.
Yeah.
He hasn't made a lot of them. I feel like he's played quite well.
Rook check here.
Thank you.
And back into our hole. King in the hole.
Yeah. Played. Rook a5 played. Oh, wait. And there was, sorry, rook a1 here and rook a5. Rook a5 looks good. Stopping the pawn. Yeah, rough endgame for white. Black is very close to start pushing these pawns.
The king's kind of boxed out by the knights. Black could even do a thing I love to do, which would be to bring in the king before starting to push everything down the board.
King f6.
Yeah, king could maybe even come to e4. I mean, king f6, king f5, king e4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good for black. Knights are strong. Mateo's thinking down to 6 minutes. You got 5 more moves to make there.
Yeah, still has 5 times as much time as Andre.
But now he's also got stuff to think about. Because like he wanted his rook on b8, it's back on d8.
Yeah,
he's got rook b6.
Yeah, he basically went back and forth.
I think he's kind of going through this process where he's like, he thought he was winning, and now he's like, wait, how do you win this?
Just not sure. I mean, even if you got the pawn to b3, if white had a rook behind it, you might have no way to make progress as black.
Not going anywhere, yeah. That's
because
so
the bishop would be
interesting.
completely trapped.
And you don't even take the pawn, you just sit.
Just sit.
Okay, rook b7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, black's starting b4, b3, b2 now, right?
Yeah, now
so white's really
no, we need
gotta do something about it.
Need something here. Oh, and rook a2 played?
Yep, rook a2 played.
Okay. So she's going after this pawn. Interesting. It's like then if you leave it on b4. Okay, she doesn't have to go rook b2 until b3 is played, and then she can go rook b2.
Yeah.
b4. So you have time here. You can try g4.
Mm-hmm. She went to b2 though.
Goes to b2.
Mm-hmm.
I would have waited so that the pawn is actually hanging.
I see what you mean.
It's here. You don't have a threat. But okay, still, how does black make progress?
I know I've already said it today.
Now the king. Time for the king, huh? King e7.
Mm-hmm.
And rook d6. Okay, b3. Okay, he does go b3.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he wants rook to b8 at some point if we go for rook a3.
Yeah.
I don't like how this is going.
Did Alexandra and Piotr make time control, or what are they? What's their situation there?
It's like Alex thinking after rook a5.
Yeah, they made time control though. They're at move 41.
Yes.
Yeah. So they've got time.
Yeah, so Alex has 5 minutes right now, but she's got another 30 minutes coming, as does her opponent. Not good. Not good. And then, yeah, 2 more moves for Andrea's board to get to move 40.
Yeah.
Knight c4.
She's okay there,
I'd
but
be
don't
scared.
go too much further.
I'd be scared.
Yeah.
I mean, can't you already try this?
You can try it, yeah. But after check king there, what gives? Yeah.
It's
The whole
activate.
king side.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, now the bishop's amazing, and all white's pawns are on these light squares. That's a good idea, Kostya.
I feel like Mr. d4, d3 is going to find d2. You know,
It does feel like this is his kind of.
it's the one move he's been wanting to make.
Yeah, all game long that pawn, that criminal has been wanting to expand.
Yearning to escape. Now it can sacrifice itself for the greater good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
The rook on b2 is in jail. That's true.
Mm-hmm. So who's really keeping who under lock and key?
No, that's bad. That's really bad.
That's not good.
I said if there was rook behind the b pawn, white would be okay when black plays b3. But if white's rook is on b2 and black's rook is behind the b pawn, I think there's no way to ever get that.
Well, it's a blockade, and it's not easy to break the blockade. And also, I think you have to think about like the economy, right? So black needs like a bishop and multiple pawns to keep this rook trapped. So it's not like rook is just stuck for nothing. But it's not great. It's not a great situation.
Yeah. Yeah, me personally, I don't like it. I feel like once the rook is actually trapped like that, thanks for pointing it out, chat. Bro, impossible. I feel like once it's trapped, there's kind of like inexorability of the loss, honestly. Sorry to say that. That's my feeling.
I feel like it's not totally trapped though, because you always can round up the b pawn.
Attack it enough that
looks
the
like
opponent has no other resources going.
d2 played.
Really?
That's what I think. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, well, we got his profile right. We figured him out while watching him. Yeah.
Then has he given the check yet? I think he has.
Aye. He got to show off what he likes to do here, Mateusz.
Clearance sacrifices.
Yeah. Everybody's got their specialty.
King e2 looks forced.
Yeah.
Then he is thinking now, and yeah, they made the time control as well. So they got another extra 30 minutes. It's good for Andrea, but also good for her opponent. And he has taken. Yep.
Oof.
Yeah, we don't like this one.
No, it's like happy hunting for the black pieces now.
Yeah. Yeah. This is not great for the sisters. Also, this is like the most unpleasant situation. You got like a bad end game. You can resign because it's not over, but it's just like bad, and you know you're gonna suffer.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gonna be tough. But you got to keep fighting. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
nothing to do.
I think the time thing hampered Andrea's ability to fight because, some of these little resources like e5 and rook a3 and stuff, these little random opportunities. I think with more time, that's like right in her wheelhouse to find all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I also feel like, if anything, right, like she's been in time trouble for a while. He has just started, his time trouble journey.
Yeah.
So sometimes harder for the second player.
Yeah. I mean, playing games and losing is a normal part of it. That's totally fine. Just a question of what lessons we draw from it. And I think for Andrea, it's really clear. There's like 2 points to improve from this game. One was 35 minutes spent on d takes e5 in the opening. Somewhere around 10 to 12 minutes, I think she should have just made a decision. And then the second one, I think, is the rook c7 move, which is just...
It's like it's a hand move.
It's so aggressive when the other pieces aren't good yet, and I think that's really somewhere where you want to have the instinct, like, oh, I still have stuff to do and to fix with the rest of these.
And then it could work if you follow up with like this like e5 shot, but she didn't really have a lot of time to find e5.
But f5 was weird. Her opponent happened to blunder into e5 with f6. Like, I feel like there's so many details there, but like a really clear point is we should not be playing rook c7. Now, if everything were good in her position, rook c7 is the obvious move to play, right? Oh, I go to the 7th with the rook. I'm on the open file, whatever.
Come back. Yeah.
So there's a time and a place where that would be the obvious move that you would want somebody to see and play. But for me, as soon as she played it, I said that move has to be losing. You know, it's just.
Yeah, I don't think it actually was losing, but
yeah, bishop a2 was crushing.
No, I think rook b7. I think white was still okay there.
And
Because
then
there was
rook
this like
d8,
tactic with like take and b3.
take and b3.
Yeah.
And then a5, king
Yeah.
f2 takes,
3.
king e3, and maybe
Think white was
maybe
kind of holding.
holdable,
But I'm
it's-
with you, Rixie's. I mean, it was
He's
the
gone
wrong
straight into like a
direction.
50-50, right? You lose or
Yeah.
you draw, like you're down a pawn, like the eval is just jumping to -1 or so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, lots to learn from.
We've got rook a3 over here.
Oh, thank you.
And everybody's made time control, so they all have another half hour. I don't know how the clocks are displaying
Yeah,
on
Andrea's
stream.
clock
but-
shows 0 right now, but yeah, she's got another 30 minutes. So that should get updated pretty soon.
Yeah.
And yeah. Everyone we're watching has at least 30 minutes on their clock.
Mhm.
Yeah, tough one. Well, let's maybe make a couple moves, just see how things can play out. Let's say king f2 for white.
Mhm.
How would you
Yeah,
convert
that's a good
this?
move.
Thank you.
That definitely makes it less obvious how to convert.
I'm so
You're telling me what to do?
hoping for a repetition.
Makes sense. Hey, well, you stopped rook g2. Now I don't know what to do for black anymore. Yeah, pretty good defense.
Draw?
Does seem like the right moment to offer me a draw. I guess rook c3 and just keep playing.
Right.
Maybe bring the king out at some point. I don't know. I don't know.
If this king gets to e5, that's really bad. Yeah. And yeah, Pyotr as well. He's got another 30 minutes coming after his initial time runs out, so he's not in danger of flagging here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we're thinking it's quite good for Mateos on Andrea's board because well, now white is effectively kind of down a rook here. The rook on b2. We've got weaknesses on e4. We're down a pawn. I mentioned we're down a pawn already. It's a lot. In terms of like a concrete plan to break through, so after this move rook c3, maybe one idea would be to like activate the second rook. Of course, if we could trade a pair of rooks for black, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Provided we don't lose the b pawn.
Yeah, I see like 3 plans for black. One would be to get the king out, right? Bring it up to d6, d7, then offer a rook trade on the 3rd rank. Either way, the king gets out. I think that's the easiest. Second plan would be to move the bishop and go rook c2 at an opportune moment and try and break that blockade. That's the riskiest. Because the rook being trapped is what makes victory inevitable. So if you miscalculate anything with that, you could really mess it up. And the third option would be rook d7. You just go on the attack. You forget about the b pawn, forget about the king, and just say the rook's kind of out of the way on b2. Let's attack. Which I imagine could also probably win. So.
Do we pay attention to the computer's win rate thing on the side of each game? Honestly, I'm not even sure what that's referencing. So
You might mean the evaluation.
oh, the eval. Oh, okay. Well, that yeah, sometimes. I thought it was like
Yeah. I mean, Coasty and I personally try not to pay attention to it because we like to think about the stuff for ourselves. And then it can be interesting sometimes later to see if you were right or wrong about the stuff you were thinking about. But if you're wondering, does that give you an accurate sense of who might win or lose? Often. Sometimes not. Depends on the level of the players and how complicated the position is.
yeah. Yeah, I found like the eval bar can be very, very misleading, especially for lower rated players, because you see like, oh, -3, they're winning. And then next move it's like -0.2. And it's like, I thought it was -3. And it's like, well, they had to find this like crazy computer line, and it's so yeah, it's not like the score of the game where one team is up 50 to 42, and then it's just 8-point lead. It's very simple. It's much more complicated. All right, C4 for Piotr. And rook A8 check from Andrea. So Andrea's down to 24 minutes. And oh, clock times are correct on the stream. So you guys see the same clock times we do. So 24. And then Andrea's opponent hasn't actually used his first time control yet. So he's got 3 minutes and he's got another 30 minutes coming after that.
And they played King F2, Rook C3 like we.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not yet. Excuse me. So check. And
oh, without King F2. Interesting. Okay.
yes. So Andre is forcing him to activate the king. Yeah, teaching him the lesson.
Unfortunate.
But yeah, I don't think black can really go wrong. Yeah, king E7. And yeah, I don't know the idea. I think I'm gonna have to go king F2 anyway.
And Piotr started advancing the pawn.
And C4 played. So C4 is big move.
Mm-hmm.
Getting ready to just push this one all the way down.
Yeah. Ay. It's pretty strong. Start to take away more and more possible moves from Alexandra there as the C pawn gets closer to queening.
Yeah.
If the king can't get over, then one of the rooks is going to be tied to defending it sideways unless it can get behind. So does she go rook B8 to C8 here?
Might be the best try. Yeah. It's not great. It's definitely not over, folks. There have been far more winning positions not won by far more stronger players, So don't count anyone out yet. Exactly. It's not over. It's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Yeah. Well, Chad agrees with you. So there's that.
Oh, interesting suggestion to play rook to C5.
Yeah, I thought of that.
But at least black can play now, black can wait. But at least the idea for us would be that the A pawn can start galloping.
Yeah.
I don't know where that sound came from.
Every now and then,
computer starts playing a random YouTube
my
video.
computer, it plays like 1/10 of a second of something. So I've never been able to figure out what it is.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah. It only happens once every 2 days, maybe.
Okay, chat. Someone must have an answer to this. Why would you got a MacBook, right?
Yeah.
Why would a MacBook make a random sound every 2 days? I heard it too. It was 1/10 of a.
It's very short, right?
That is odd.
Really short. I don't know if it's exactly 1/10 of a second, but it's less than a full second.
It's very, very quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're thinking rook b8 here for Alex is a chance.
Once I thought it sounded a little bit like Jesse, but it's hard to know it. Okay, so say you play c3 here, just going for a queen,
Right.
right? And then rook c8,
Mm-hmm.
and then rook c5,
Yes.
Tradovich, a pawn,
Yeah.
c pawn, rook a1.
One knight promotes the pawn, the other knight. But that's the chance. I mean, we're losing anyway. We're at least hoping for something.
One knight to promote, one knight to prevent promotion. Man,
Yeah. One knight to rule them all.
yeah. Probably should reboot. Yeah, definitely needs tons of rebooting. Also massages. I have to massage my computer if I want it to like run applications for me later. It's very lazy otherwise.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a strange relationship you've got.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing so much more of the work than I should be.
Yeah.
But
Red flags. Okay, king f2. And then rook d3. Logical?
yeah. It does have a muted Twitch stream open, yeah.
Oh,
At all times, pretty much.
it's like unmuting for a second.
Maybe. Yeah.
Interesting. You said it sounded like Jesse.
Yeah.
Well, can you imagine you have the Dojo stream up a lot?
Yep.
So
Yeah. But it's weird because it's, starts and stops.
rook d2.
Rook d2. Okay.
Fair enough.
So if push takes push,
We don't have this one.
then rook c4, rook c5. So maybe rook a1.
Yeah. We hold the pawn.
Okay.
Up in exchange.
All right. So rook d2. There is a potential for black
Real threat.
to not calculate. They have to defend the thing.
E5.
I thought of e5 earlier. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, e5 is good. Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad.
Kid's playing well. I mean, I don't know. Full credit to him.
Yeah. Yeah, even when his position was, somewhat difficult out of the opening, he never did anything bad that made life easy for her, right? Like he never
Yeah, I think
did anything
he didn't play the
collapse
opening like amazing, but yeah, it didn't.
Yeah.
No, he definitely didn't blunder.
But never anything bad, right? So that like feeling where it's like, how do you win?
So it takes and takes. Oh, and David, there's your answer from Streets. Twitch sometimes unmutes and remutes itself for like 0.25 seconds.
Okay.
That's surprising because I have Twitch streams muted. I haven't noticed that. But anyway. Okay, rook d3. Andrea's knight is hanging.
Yep. So king e2 could be normal, and then maybe she's thinking about the rooks doubling on the d file.
Right.
And what to do then.
It's definitely a move.
I have to do like knight f3. Rook d1.
His e5 was very strong because it just like secures this knight defends the knight on d5.
Yeah.
The knight on d5 is going to defend the pawn on c3.
Yeah, it's a whole construction.
Yeah. Grandmaster Jan Marcos, I think, came up with a very nice term for this kind of thing in his book that I really like, Under the Surface. He calls it a crystal. When you have like multiple pieces defending each other and like everything's defended, it's just like a crystal. I thought that's a good way to understand it. Thanks for the raid. Lonely Winter. Hello everyone. Welcome. We are watching the sisters play in Poland. This is their round 7. They're in trouble. Honestly, bad end games on both. Bad end game positions. They've definitely played all right, but we had a big blunder from Alex earlier that got her down into this material discrepancy. And for Andrea, it's kind of the time, and then she kind of misplayed the endgame a bit as well. To get down to here. But they're trying to save it, and we're still hopeful. Some people might say it's hopium. I'd say hopium is better than nopium. You know, like either you hope for the best or you resign. Like, what do you do?
That's all you, Coasty. I have no comment.
And yeah. I don't know. We gotta hope the opponents make a mistake because they both have good positions. The position on the left for the chat is definitely the better position. These two knights, this pawn is just so strong. What's
the rook can't go to d1 here as suggested by I think Brian in chat maybe asked about rook d1. There's knight e3 coming soon then, so like rook d1,
c3,
maybe c3,
and this is a
starting knight e3. And if you go rook e1, then maybe c2. No time to take on e5.
Knight c2 also, yeah.
Yeah.
Knight f3 from Andrea. Looks reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, sure, fair enough.
And on this board we had rook f2,
okay,
and c3. The only chance I can see for whites on this game is if we give one of the rooks for, let's say, these 3 pieces.
For knight and 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And then you could defend rook and 2 pawns against rook, knight, and pawn on one side. Yeah.
I'm not saying I can, but
no, you could.
At least like,
yeah.
I mean, I think at this level that would be very hard to convert.
Oh yeah, at every level. And you have to have those scenarios in mind of like what positions do you have chances in.
Yeah, of course, if white could somehow trade off all the pawns, that would be amazing. Oh, rook a1 play, thank you. And yeah, I mean, the ultimate dream for like Alexander here is like rook against rook and knight, pure endgame. Because that would be a draw. It's actually a pretty easy draw to hold, especially compared to like rook and bishop against rook. So that's what we're aiming for. But if black plays well, he will never allow this. He can just hold on to his c pawn. And it might even just cost white a full rook at some point. These knights are very strong. And then rook d1 on Andrea's board. I'm wondering what's he playing at? Oh, he wants to take
attacking the pawn.
Yeah.
c2.
c2.
Yeah. Everything's defended. Black has no fear.
Because the crystal, yeah. And like this rook can defend the pawns. You just like
knight on d5 can reposition to say d3 next.
b1.
Or c3 to b1 or something, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, Alex is very likely losing this. Okay, Andrea. e-pawn. Can we defend this somehow? There's rook a4. She went rook h8. Okay.
Really?
That's what I saw on the camera, yeah. And then king h3. Where's the rook g8? No, rook h8, yeah. King h3 for Alex.
Well, when you're checking there, that's because you played it, right?
No, I saw it on her camera.
Oh, you can see it on the camera.
Yeah. I saw her move the rook.
I thought you looked over at the board.
I have made that mistake a couple times.
I was like, oh, yeah. She played rook h8.
No. But I wasn't even suggesting that. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay. So does white have some? But the problem is even go rook e2. Like black can just give this bishop, and
well, I think the other problem is h6, and then what? What are we doing?
h6? Oh, just here h6.
Yeah. Not allowing rook h7.
Also good. Yeah, what to do? Rook b1 also, it's like not the move you want to play. That's why I trade off the rook, but
Mhm.
the resulting endgame looks good. So rook b1 definitely a fine move from what I can tell.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. I would love to have the position with all the knights as black.
This one.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. Wait, king h3, I think we have some moves. Moves played.
I love winning with 2 minors against the rook. I just love having more pieces than the opponent, moving around with them.
I think you want knight b3. Right,
Yeah,
rook
you're right.
f1, and he's promoted.
Aye.
Unfortunately, yeah, you just have to give it up.
So that's the end.
Check. Yeah, she's just playing it out. King h6. I think this is resigns.
Yeah. Put everything, all the energy as she had left in the position to give a check. All the power of the rooks. But nothing to do. Okay, after rook h8. No move yet.
Yeah, Andre's opponent's still thinking.
Strange. Aye.
Yeah, there it is. Tough break for Alex. He resigns.
Yeah.
But a good game for the opponent. Full credit. Played well.
Yeah,
Good technique.
He played well throughout.
Uh,
But it's always upsetting, or I think in general it's upsetting when one blunders, right? Like it's one thing to lose. Like I'm doing fine with that lately. When you blunder, when you play a move that you feel really bad about, yeah, you don't get to do.
Blundering is really the worst.
Yeah, you don't get to play your best.
What's the
play
lesson
your
there?
ideas.
Like, don't do that.
Right.
Don't blunder.
Yeah. Yeah. Too bad.
Okay, Andre, I think we had, yeah, it looks like rook b1 played.
Wow.
And takes.
I don't understand this. I mean, the threat to h7, you just play h6, and then what's white doing?
Yeah.
But he goes for it.
h6 looked fine. And has she made another move yet? Or
Train.
how do you stop this beat? 92 looks like the only move now, yeah?
Right. How do you stop the pawn? B2, bishop c2 coming.
I think 92 and then rook back.
Right.
So bishop c2 and then here.
Yeah, or bishop d3, king e3.
Honest assessment, are they getting better or stagnant? Well, look, Alex.
How could we know from one game?
Has lost her last. Well, I do know from one game because Alex lost her last 2 games, but before that, she was doing very well. 19 games, unbeaten, winning 2 tournaments. So they're definitely improving. They've definitely improved, like, since starting this tournament grind. Unfortunately, losses are a big part of improvement. Not everyone knows that. Many people are afraid of losing, but it's actually like a big, like every strong player has lost many, many games in their career that they learned from. And there's just no way to get to the top without losing a bunch of games. No one is that good.
Yeah. In fact, if you looked overall, the best players would be those who've lost the most games.
Oh, yeah. Like, we've probably lost more games
trend.
than the 2 of them.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Probably a lot more. So yeah, the trick is, you got to try to not treat, your last game like it's the only game that matters. It's like it's the most fresh game in your memory, so it feels like a lot, especially 2 in a row. I lost 2 in a row my last tournament. in Vegas, and that was brutal. But
Near Loth, I'm not claiming that it's one person to one person, like it's in exact order, right? Magnus hasn't necessarily lost the most games of anyone, but if you take all players over 2,700, they've probably lost more games than most players in the 2,600s, who have lost more games than players in the 2,500s, etc. If you take big chunks of players, I think in general, and then you find players rated 200 have lost the least games because they've played very few.
Yeah. Okay, Andrea.
Yeah.
Still fighting.
She's looking for a move here after the rook trade, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think as you said, knight d2 seems to be the only move. Oh, it also defends the e-pawn against bishop e4.
Yeah.
So
that's our hope.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, not so easy. Knight d2, bishop c2. We're looking at rook c8, and then at least black can't immediately push the pawn because we would take the bishop, give the knight back, and we hold.
Yeah.
Other options.
Yeah. I don't see any other options, and I think I see the path to the win in that variation.
Oh, well, that's not what I was thinking.
All right. You wanted more options for white, not black.
No. Let's actually that'd be instructive. So how does black
I
break
think
through
bishop
here?
c2, rook c8, king d7.
You're gonna move the king. You don't want to bring it up.
I wanted to at first, but then I saw a direct win.
Got it.
King.
Direct win. Shoot.
Yeah. Rook c7.
It's nice.
Yeah.
That is nice. And okay, if we trade rooks or not, b2 is coming. And either we give the knight, or if we trade and go knight c4, then everything kind of falls here. So
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. That works. What else can we try? Not much. But king d7, okay, that move is too good to be found. He's not allowed to make that move.
King d6, d5 is good too. Right.
Oh, no.
Then you just go like bishop takes e4 afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, looks tough. Andre now under 10 minutes. I do love the fight though, like using all your time defending a bad position.
Yeah.
Not everyone can do that actually. A lot of players, they just play quickly and then they collapse and lose, and then they're like, well, I was losing anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I think this is the better approach. Just fight until the very end.
Oh yeah.
Your opponent might give you a chance. You also learn more from the game just by spending more time with it.
Yeah. Keeps you from doing drugs at the board, you're just sort of stuck there playing chess.
Yeah. 92, what else?
92, what else? Yeah, I don't really see anything else to do. Because it's just bishop moves and b2. And the bishop could even go to e4 if we don't go knight d2, right? I mean, let's say we go king e3, b2. 100% charged. Wow.
Oh, I did charge.
Okay, so king e3, b2.
Oh, oh, looks like she took the pawn. But yeah, b2 looks good enough. So takes. Okay. Here b2 is not good.
Oh yeah, how do we not see that?
Well, I just thought like The rook is too far.
You could go, I don't know, knight d2, rook h1 or something.
But
after king f7.
It doesn't stop anything. Or you want knight b1?
Oh, right. Yeah, it doesn't stop it.
No, yeah. It just doesn't hold.
I have nothing happy to say about that variation. Ay.
Yeah, even bishop e4 is probably good enough too, right?
Yeah, but he played king f7, which looks...
Oh, he did.
Right.
Yes. I mean, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
So d2, knight d2, we were thinking bishop moves, rook comes down, b2, threatening this.
Yeah.
Knight
b1, bishop b4.
Bishop much stronger here.
Yeah.
Bishop much stronger.
Yeah. No, the knight's just very, very sad. Kind of a fish in a barrel on b1 there. Andrea's chances of making a draw are very low, Nostradamus.
Yeah. Yeah, very low.
But she's working.
Still fighting.
Yeah. She had a good fight today. You know, I think it's much more fun and interesting for her than for Alexandra.
Yeah. Alex's game just it was good and then it wasn't. And then Andrea at least had a big fight. Definitely a lot of learning moments, I think. Oh, bishop e4 leading to a draw.
Well, I don't know if that line's accurate because I was thinking that after knight d2, you would go b2. Not bishop d5.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
After b2, you threaten bishop e4, so I thought white would have to go king e3, and then you play bishop takes g2. And it looks really hard for white.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, knight d2 played.
Oh, you fork with knight c4 because you've checked the king to d6. So the king would have to go back to some other square in that whole line.
So knight king d6.
Yeah. Knight d2 played.
Bishop c2.
Got it. Safe in 360, giving us the variations.
Yeah. Yeah, b2 coming next. So not seeing how to continue this one.
Is she down to 6 or 7 minutes in the second time control? So she gave it everything today.
Yeah, no, I mean,
awesome. I love it. I mean, I hate the time pressure for the last move or two of a game, but I do, in the end, like that I spent all my time when the game's over. I'm like glad I don't have 30 minutes left that I didn't try.
It's also nice when some you're watching is using all their time. It means they care a lot and they're really trying. And, okay, it doesn't always go your way. I mean, Andrea's playing a stronger opponent today.
Yeah, quite strong. But hopefully she knows and she saw that she had her chances.
Yeah, you analyze the game, you see chances against this level of player, and then you know for next time, like, like I can definitely fight with them.
Yeah. King.
So
she brought the king.
Problem for knight c4 is this one hangs. So king e3. And of course the b pawn runs anyway. Oh, there's a check, but yeah, b2. King e3. b2.
Yeah, b2 looks good.
So let's you have any move?
Yeah, that's right, X King Lev. Players write down sort of a code for every move, and it's for two reasons. Going back to replay the game and think about it and analyze and practice over what you already did is one really cool reason. But it's actually the secondary reason. I think the primary reason is just for the rules of the game. If you want to make various rules claims like that you've had a 3-time repetition, you're going back and forth in the position, you want to claim a draw, or you've had 50 moves played without any progress.
Or even just
you want to say somebody flagged,
yeah,
you have to be able to show that they haven't made 40 moves yet, and you need, so it's kind of your,
but also
proof,
just something as fundamental as knowing whose turn is it.
your record.
Yeah, because without the notation, your opponent could just make
Could
two
just
moves.
keep making moves. Yeah, that's true.
And you're like, you can't make 2 moves, and they're like, no, I didn't. So it's like, yeah, where's your receipt?
Yeah. In the old days, when people didn't have increment added on the clock, they didn't need to write down their moves if they were under time scrambles, but they also couldn't make any claims then. They were like in a tough spot. Like you could repeat 4 times in a row against somebody, and if they can't even write down the moves, they couldn't get a draw. But now with the 30-second increment, you're obliged to keep score no matter what. And so there's digital clocks now that automatically add 30 seconds every time you move. I mean, you can set it to add 7 seconds or 25 seconds or whatever, but standard in classical tournaments is 30 seconds nowadays, and that's ample to write down your moves, and so it's required. Yeah.
So B2 on the board. To do.
Yeah, I think she's ready to give the knight for the pawn, but she's just so far from trading any of those black pawns with G5 or E5 being played safely that I think, when she played knight D2, king E3, that's what she was ready to do, but there's not really a way to do it. It's just kind of a dream concept. Knight C4 work. Well, then black pushes the pawn and gets a new queen. Maybe you're thinking about knight D6 check and taking the rook, but the queen is going to be enough to win the game with or without the rook. So.
Yeah, rook H1 also, unfortunately, black just promotes, and white will have to give a piece.
Yeah.
King F4. Okay.
Looking for E5.
So she wants to trade off all the pawns. It's not. No. Could even like take, and then rook comes to B4. That's going to be a problem for whites. King F4. And it looks like she just resigned. Oh, rook D7 was the last move.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
It. Yeah, that's a nice move.
Yeah.
Yeah, GG. That's it.
Looking to take the knight off and then get a queen. Wow, nice move at the end too.
Yeah, they're analyzing a bit now.
Awesome. Worked all that time and still thinking.
Trying to figure out how to hold it a bit earlier.
Nice. Very nice.
Actually, she not only missed some drawing chances, she had a win at some point, right? Like,
really?
Didn't she have this rook A6 thing? She didn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't know if it was winning, but
You're after rook c3.
Rook c3. If she takes, bishop takes, rook a3. Yeah, she was definitely better. And what other options does black have with the bishop trapped?
Yeah. It's funny. It was like we didn't like rook c6. It can't go back. And then it comes around the other way and possibly wins the bishop.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. She seems to be in reasonable spirits.
Yeah.
Kind of analyzing the game, talking to the opponents,
Mm-hmm.
seeing what she could have done. Oh, they're looking at this knight d2 rook c8 line. Okay, let's see if he finds king d7. Oh wait, this is rook. Okay, we had rook c3, and then moves here. It was
Hello.
oh, hello.
How are you guys?
Alex, how you doing?
Hi.
Good. How you doing?
I mean, I feel bad. I'm withdrawing and I'm going home early. I think when I lost my game yesterday, I just lost all motivation, but to just blunder like that feels so bad, and I just don't have it in me to stay another 2 days to play 1600s, especially because as soon as I arrive back, I have like 2 weeks straight of poker with no breaks. So I think I'm just gonna take the rest and go back home and recover. But it's okay.
That's tough to have to make those kind of calculations too about your time and your energy and
that's the
all
thing.
that as you're fighting.
If I didn't have to go back immediately and like have no break and grind poker for a week or so, then it would be easier. But like the idea of having to get motivation, playing 1600s, getting back and then having to grind is just so much harder.
Yeah.
And
totally.
so and like I think it's okay because I think at some point like it is a little bit of a balance. But yeah, I mean the blunder was so rough. I don't know what happened.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of inexplainable. Like, you blunder. I mean, yeah, of course you should have seen it. It's just like, and we liked your position up until that point.
Yeah.
Things are good.
Yeah, I thought the position was good until then. So yeah. But also I appreciate you guys coming on stream. I'm sorry it was such a gloomy day.
I mean, we had a good time. We like classical chess. It was fun watching you guys play. There's some interesting games. I mean, Andrea, put up a huge fight. Like, she had her chances. So
what happened in Andrea's game?
She lost. She just resigned just a few minutes ago. But
no, I know. But what, like, did she blunder? Was she getting crushed? What was the general vibe?
She was a little bit worse out of the opening. And then they had a very complicated endgame with like lots of little opportunities back and forth.
Yeah,
I would say. Yeah, she sort of came back. Her opponent drifted, and she came back, and it was very, very tense.
Got it. I wonder how Andrea is. Andrea withdrawing too? I don't think she's gonna want to play after today. Her opponent was 2000, so at least that's not so bad. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to have Andrea call in. But chat, for those of you watching, I am gonna be streaming poker July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So we're gonna have a lot of streams, and then I'm gonna play the WSOP main event, which is really exciting. So I think I just need a little bit of a break between these because originally I was gonna plan the poker games later. So I'm gonna take a breather and don't worry, chess. I'm not quitting chess, and I know I have to find a way to deal with my tilt because when I'm a very streaky player. When I'm doing well, it keeps going well. When I'm doing poorly, it's like I spiral, and I know it's my problem, and I know I have to fix it. But for now, I think the priority needs to be to rest between things.
Did you feel different today because you'd lost yesterday? Like, did you feel tilted at all? Because from the game, there was nothing obvious about it, right? I mean, a blunder can happen when we're feeling good or bad.
I mean, yeah, after I lost yesterday, I mean, I hadn't lost a game in like 19 games, and I was just so excited to play good chess. And I think when I lost the game, I just lost motivation because I was honestly just motivated to keep this streak going. So I think when I lost that, I was like, what am I playing for? And then I was still trying to play well. But I just didn't care the same way I do in other games.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, and I need to find a way to care even when I'm losing, but it's definitely something I really struggle with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because you're still doing well. I mean, 4.5 out of 6 is a good score, and you know, have every chance to do well in the tournament.
It didn't even feel like that. And maybe I also just like didn't take him as seriously because he was an 1800 and I just played quickly. But again, like even if I am tilted and playing quickly, to miss a blunder that obvious is still so rough. But my motivation was definitely zapped to this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder if withdrawing from the tournament isn't actually a really good strategy long term for your rating and stuff like that, because if you're a streaky player and you can predict when you're having like a good streak or a bad streak, and you can sort of like opt out of some of your bad streaks, it could be helpful maybe.
I think it is, and at least with this tournament, like people aren't getting norms and stuff like that, so I don't feel bad. But yeah, I just know my heart isn't in it, and I also know that I would rather be well rested. So, but I guess it probably is a good strategy, but at the same time, like I do need to force myself to learn how to be less streaky, but it's definitely a good strategy, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have to think about how to come back from losses. It's very tough. I mean, I'm not really good at it either, but you're gonna lose a lot of games if you keep playing chess. It's just how it goes. Especially if you play well, you're gonna keep playing like very strong players, and then you'll lose some games to them. And yeah, somehow you have to find the way to. Okay, this game was very tough because like you blundered, but like yesterday's game, for example, I was watching. It was a tough game. Your opponent, I think, played actually like extremely well. So
yeah,
like you can learn a lot from that.
I blundered yesterday too, or as in like I played too quickly. Yeah, I mean, I gave him the exchange, and like the line that was equal according to the computer looked really bad from a human point of view. So yesterday I blundered, and then I tried to fight. It wasn't because I was underestimating him. And today I don't know what happened. My brain quit on me.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just don't see it. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, I wonder where Andrea is. Let me just let's see. Andrea just said, "Did you eat?" Let me ask if she's calling.
Yeah.
Sure.
She worked really hard. She's probably hungry.
Yeah.
I was often really hungry right after a game.
Yeah. No, I checked with her. Leaving the tournament before Alex versus Andrea? No. No quitting. I mean, it's not about being better or something. It's about like being really objective with my time and my energy, which is actually more important. And it's like, yes, I'm playing competitive chess, but I'm also doing a lot more things than that. And like playing a bad tournament and having no days to recover and going straight into another competitive sport is way riskier than having a day to like mentally recover and do that. So I actually think it's more important.
Yeah. I had a hard and fast rule to never withdraw. And I think I may have like hurt myself a lot with it. I was like very absolute and stubborn about it. And so like I'm also a streaky player. So I would just lose game after game after game and throw away anything I gained at a good tournament.
Damn. Yeah. And that's something with poker too, where it's like sometimes it's so addicting to just keep playing poker tournament after poker tournament. Whereas if you just take one day to untilt, it can help so much. So that's something I've learned from playing poker as well, because there'd be some days where I just start getting so negative if I've been making mistakes or feeling like I'm running bad, which I don't even like to say in poker because I feel like all the bad players run bad. But no, I've just at least in the last year realized how important it is to take a break when you feel like you need to, and rest and refill your cup instead of just pushing through for the sake of pushing.
Hi guys.
Absolutely. Hello. How you doing?
I'm alright. I mean, I clearly obviously messed up in the opening. I think my mistake also in the draw was moving the knight at the end. Okay, I realized I could have went knight e2 before taking the pawn, but I don't think it would have changed anything. I'm sure it was losing anyways. But more just curious if, yeah, the mistake was moving my knight. And I mean, I'm sure it was. I don't know how good, I don't know if I would have drew otherwise, but yeah, I'm curious where my big mistake was, but that must have been the big mistake. And obviously the opening. So they're both kind of obvious.
Sure.
My take was that your big mistake was playing rook c7.
Rook c7. Oh, really? Yeah.
Rook c7.
I overestimated
aggressive
that
move.
entire plan. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I thought your other pieces aren't so well placed. So you're playing this like super aggressive move, but the rest of your position isn't ready for a fight. So I thought you need to improve the like less well placed pieces first.
Yeah, I guess I just saw rook c8 was coming. So what would have I done? Can you guys put it on the board?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, chat. I'll have a chat with my sister off stream. I really don't think she should withdraw, but I will talk to her in private about it.
No, I have to though.
I would be I'm just saying, Charlotte, when I was rage tilting so bad, and it was like a 2-day tournament, I was literally losing like 100 elo, losing to 12-year-olds. I didn't go home because my sister gave me a big speech that recovering from tilt and building muscle memory and learning how to deal with loss is one of the most important things you can do. And you know what? I stayed there. I played another game. I lost. I regretted not going home. Then I pushed through it again, and then I lost again.
You went home.
But
and then I lost again.
And then you withdrew.
If you go home, I'm
And
gonna
you said,
beat your
"Thanks,
ass.
sister."
Don't you leave me in Poland because I would kill you. Don't you dare go home.
Andrea,
you're dead to me if you leave me in this suburb. You're dead. You're dead.
Andrea,
and you know what? When you gave me the pep talk, I stayed, I lost, then I played again, I gave my, then I lost. But you know what? I tried my best.
I know, Andrea, but I have like a week straight of poker as soon as I'm back, and I'd rather recover from that than push through this.
Yeah, we all have things to do after this. Me too, sister, but I'm not withdrawing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your choice. I've made my choice, and like I have to make what's best for me. If I didn't have this, I would play, but between balancing tilt and recovering for another competitive sport, I have to prioritize it. So I know what's important for me.
You'd also withdraw and stay in Poland?
No.
Like this 2 separate questions. No.
We will talk after stream. I will be very, very disappointed if you withdrew, but okay, we can talk about it on stream. Off stream.
Do you have a recording of her pep talk that you can play back to her?
So I have this, yes, actually I have a video of myself talking to the camera. Okay, I want to show you guys how tilted I was. Let's see. I'm too honestly ashamed to share this video, but Alex, I would just like you to remember how bad I was suffering, but then you gave me the big sister, and then I pushed again. I pushed 3 times in a row until I broke.
And then you told me you regretted that you did.
Are you glad for that, or do you regret it?
You left early anyway. And then you left me in Charlotte.
Yes, but at least I tried. You know, at least I tried. Okay, hang on. Here it is. Okay, I found the video. Cool. Oh God. Okay, I don't know if Jack can hear. I haven't watched this. I was really pissed. I was so pissed. I didn't want to vlog. But Alex is the one who told me I should vlog. Okay, wait. 1 second. Okay. This is how pissed I was.
To film this.
I was so mad.
I'm so pissed. I'm physically shaking.
I was so mad. Like, I don't even want to show this to chat, but it's kind of depressing.
I want to drop out and I want to go home. And I don't enjoy playing this stupid game because it's a stupid game and I've never enjoyed this stupid.
I was really pissed. Sorry, this is really depressing, but
I don't think it correlates to any life skill. I think it's just a big waste of time.
Okay, this is not good, but I'm sure that.
And if it wasn't for my sister, I would drop out of this tournament. Oh. But my sister thinks that the stupid game correlates to life, and that if I push through this and I recover, it'll build muscle memory that will benefit me in the future. However, I disagree because it's a stupid game. I don't think any of it matters.
I was really tilted.
But this is content gold.
If I lose to another video, I think I'm going to throw the table and pull an Eric Hansen. There's not a single bone in my body that wants to play any more chess.
And then you know what? I stayed and I played.
But then you left early and withdrew.
No,
anyway.
but you know what? I went through 3 losses.
My sister down.
Wait.
Anything except to play another game of chess. But unfortunately, I don't want to let my sister down. And I know she'd be disappointed in me if I dropped out. And while I personally don't think this game has any point and meaning for me, and I personally never want to play it again.
I was really mad. I'm so sorry for how dramatic this is.
Probably continue playing so that I don't disappoint my sister.
There it is. And you want to know how bad I suffered, Alex? You want to know how I was losing to 12-year-olds, 300 elo lower than me. You have wins. You're plus positive. You've had
No, I'm losing elo now.
Come on. And then I pushed the next day again, and then but you know what? I pushed so hard, and you're in a way better boat than me. Like, you've actually had good results, and you've actually been playing amazing chess, and Hammer's done nothing but compliment your chess. You could end with 2 more wins.
Yes, but then I will still have to go back, and I will still have no break and have to play for the next week, maybe longer.
Yes, but you're going to leave a quitter?
It's just so hard to stay and take and give up rest in exchange. Not just that.
We will talk off stream. All I'm saying is when I said that, you told me that going on a loss, I would feel worse than going home. And all I'm saying, I pushed through for you. And if you leave me alone in Poland, I'm going to be really, really pissed. But
okay, hear me out, sister. If I stay, you're not allowed to withdraw at all. The next tournament you wish to withdraw, no matter what. A 5-year-old beats you, I don't care. A 2-year-old who PP in his
I mean, I played.
I don't care.
I played on until I lost 100 elo. I withdrew with 1 game left. Sure, I'm fine because I did. You've got a deal, sister. Deal.
So you want me to stay and to suffer?
Yes.
But you promise if I stay and suffer.
I promise.
You are not allowed to withdraw ever again.
Sure, deal. Because then neither will you, buddy.
No, but Andrea, you don't even want to play tournaments in the future, so it's all a scam. You're just going to stop playing.
Well, we've got 2 tournaments planned, so I won't be withdrawing from those. You've got a deal, sister. Shake on it.
I'll think about it. We can talk at dinner.
Which, speaking of, we should wrap up because we have 20 minutes. Okay, show me my mistake, and then let's go to dinner because the food's going to close in 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so real quick. First thing, Andrea, the time. We've heard your time management has improved, so that's good.
Well, not today was an anomaly.
Wasn't great.
No.
Like the long think. But anyways,
Well,
I think this is a more chess-related mistake that might be more interesting.
Yeah, let's look at those because I know the opening mistakes.
Yeah. So here's the position after black plays knight d4 on move 23. And this is where you went rook c7. And well, now the eval bar will tell us if we were right or wrong about what we thought. But I was thinking you would bring the king towards the center.
Yeah, I was just afraid about rook c8 and then, but it's simple. It doesn't matter. I just take and they have nothing, right, after king e3.
Maybe so, yeah. If not, you could If not, you could maybe move the bishop here. But trading in king e3 would be the first question.
E3, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is so annoying because I saw this. And I should have realized like I'm not getting that pawn back. I got too excited seeing ideas with like f5 and bishop h5 and thought like okay I'd get enough, but that was really silly. But yeah, I saw this in my head and black can't even get in because I'm covering c2, I'm covering c3. But then I guess the issue is how do you defend the a2 pawn, because if I push I give him a hole on b3 and I don't want to push b3 because then I make a hole on c3. So I was worried in this position. Oh, I guess I'm getting the pawn on e3, so it doesn't matter.
Right. So first of all, here it's your move. So we're getting like king e3 and the knight's hanging, the pawn's hanging, and you know, depending what they do with the knight, you may or may not defend the a pawn, or you might trade the a pawn for the d pawn in some cases.
Yeah, maybe like rook
Yeah.
three here for black.
Yeah, that makes sense. I overlooked my attack about trapping the bishop. But yeah, I calculated so much ahead and I saw rook c3. I saw all those lines and I still played it. But I guess it was rook c7 I just thought had to be a good move and I was trying to make quick good moves. But yeah, honestly, now that I look at it, I should have realized that I saw I was losing the pawn. I just thought I'd have enough counterplay. Just felt right. Like it was more of an intuition move, but my intuition tends to lead me astray.
It depends. I mean, your idea with f5 and bishop h5 was very creative. I didn't see it coming. So it's a really cool idea, but but for me, it's not intuitive because you're sort of coordinating. It's more of a surprising coordination than something intuitive.
Yeah, well, rook c7 was intuitive, and then I felt like, okay, now I attack. And for me, attacking is very natural. But yeah, I should have just, this would have been so, this position looks like a dream to play. Kind of screwed myself over with that move, thinking that I was the one putting him under pressure. But I guess I mean, ultimately it's because of time pressure. It's because I spent 30 minutes when I fucked up the opening, which I knew I messed up. And I probably could have decided to move in like 10 minutes, but whenever I make a mistake in the opening, I can't help it, but I just sit there for 30 minutes and calculate everything.
Yeah, it's not easy. Sometimes it's good to be practical because the issue is you're always going to need the more time later. And at some point, you kind of don't get any further. You just start spinning. So you might figure out everything you need in like 10, 15 minutes. And any further thinking you do is like not helpful. You're just kind of going back in circles. And then you have to just kind of recognize you're doing that and close your eyes and make one of the moves.
Yeah, no, I've experienced them. I know I've learned my lesson. I keep making the same mistake, but you know, it's all good because I got my big sister here with me in Poland, and at least we're going through this pain together because at the end of the day, you know who matters? The community. And you guys show up, you guys come to Poland, you guys gave us these scarves, which, you know, maybe they were, but I'm not superstitious. I don't think they're the reason I lost. And when I was disappointed in Charlotte, I remember looking at the group of 30 people, kids and their parents in the IRL waiting watch party room and seeing that people were coming in person in a random city, Charlotte, to watch our chess, even though I was losing game after game. So I said, you know what, I'm going to push through for the chatters. And that's
Andrea, but you still withdrew.
Bro, you can withdraw with one game left if you want, sure. But I played 2 more games and I lost 3 in a row. And the last day I also played, I just went home 1 game early on the last day. But I stayed till the end.
I know, but I do not want to carry this tilt into poker. And once again, like the WSOP main is like 12 hours of poker a day. And then the other 3 are also going to be really long and I have to prepare for them. So I just like, is it really worth my sanity and my rest to do this with all things considered? Like, do you want me to do what's best for me or do you want me to stay for you is my question. Like genuine question.
People watching. But I will let you decide, sister. I will say no more. All I'm saying is I pushed through. But anyways, we can talk at dinner.
No, I didn't know, chat. I didn't know about the poker coming in. I didn't know I'd have 3 poker streams in a row. It was supposed to be at the end of July, and we had a scheduling mishap that I only found out through the tournament, which is why I've been thinking about this, because then it's basically no break at all, and that is actually stressful. And it wasn't supposed to be the case when I planned this tournament. So, yeah. Anyway, Kostya, David, thank you guys.
Of course.
All right.
We're sorry it was an unlucky day. Hopefully it turns around.
Hopefully you don't blame us as much as your chat does.
No, not your fault.
But yeah,
All
also
right,
Alex,
guys.
remember, like 19 straight games, you won your last 2 tournaments. I would focus on that instead of like your last 2 games, you know, thinking forward. Is like you have done really well on this grind. I think both of you have. So try to stay positive.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Even though I'm losing
Have a
so
good
much,
dinner.
but yeah. Okay. It's fine.
Yeah. I played
All
through
right.
the previous 6 rounds as well. You were playing very well, both of you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, chat. Bye, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Take care. See y'all.
Bye, guys. Bye, chat. Bye. Thank you.
Alrighty.
All right.
I think we're closing out the show, folks.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in. I guess we don't know who's playing tomorrow. We'll see. We'll find out like the rest of you guys. But yeah, thanks for the support. I'm sure the sisters appreciate it very much. We won't be rating the producer will be taking care of all that. But yeah, thanks for having us. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Take care, everybody.